Okay. Is there some audio? Let's try again, as always. Okay. Is there some audio? Indeed, there is some audio, and I found a nice new widget. That is better than before for the chat. Hello, Fatih. So, sorry first of all at all. Yesterday there was no stream because as I mentioned, I helped my parents with moving to a new apartment, and it took way longer than expected, and in the evening I simply was tired, so I made a little gaming session with 2 or 3 of my friends. It was 2 of my friends, and I was not really motivated to do some programming because I was tired mentally and I did not want to think about certain things. But today we will continue with our amazing game. And first of all, I added something in addition to day 10 because sometimes I think about the game and if there's maybe something missing. And actually there is something missing. So currently our maps, they don't have a background. It's just a dark color with which we are clearing the OpenGL screen every frame. And ideally we want to have some nice background, maybe some parallax effect that the background is slowly moving left and right and so on, that we have there a nice parallax effect. And we will add that to the beautification, let's say, on the last day of this project, which is day 10. But today we are going to continue with day 6, which means that first of all, we will make a better tiled integration, and then we will make our first chainsaw enemy. And also one thing in addition, can I somehow open that link directly? Yes, I can. So last time here, that was that link from the guy who sent me an email. Thank you again. And I was scrolling through the GitHub page and I thought we need to install something with Node Package Manager, but that's actually not true. We can just go to that website here. It's not this one. I clicked on the wrong button. This one here. That's the online version of this app. And there, for example, we can click on jump. Not sure if you hear that in the stream, but it seems like it's then creating a manual sound effect depending on what kind of things we press here. We can then change it a little bit, that it sounds a little bit different, but the bass sound is the same. So I think those are the 4 manual settings here in the middle. And we can, of course, adapt everything to our needs and create our own effects here somehow. And yeah, we will definitely use this one. And I think, at least I hope, that somehow you can then also download there a file. Seems like it's always a WAV file. Yeah, but better than nothing. So we will try out the tool to create some sound effects when we are hit, when we are jumping, because then we have a very bad sound. And maybe also for the chainsaw when it's moving left and right, something like that. Good, but first of all, let's go into tiled and start up our project, because I have a very cool idea in mind. Because at the moment, oh, by the way, also I added the missing credits. I did not do that on stream the last time. I committed all the changes that we had from the last stream session, and I also added the credits for the user interface assets that we use, the health bar, the font, and I also mentioned here Skin Composer, so that everything is there available in the README and not the front page of our project on GitHub. So first things first, we will go into our spawn system, which we most likely will also refactor a little bit, because I mentioned that at the beginning, it's currently not enabled, the system, and still I don't see a purpose that it wants to iterate over all the entities. So we will not make that a system anymore. We will extract it to, I think a fitting name would be a tiled service, because it's actually some code stuff related to tiled that it works with our game. So we will remove that from a system and make that something separate, which should then also allow me to move this box2d utilities, maybe even the flex utilities, not sure, or math utils inside that class. Because what I personally don't like is usually all these utility classes that you might know from Java, these generic things which have some generic methods in it. I personally prefer if you put the logic to the class where it belongs, where it makes sense, because some of that we don't need it everywhere in our game actually. So we could link it then to this tiled service. But that's the second thing that we will do. The first thing that we will start with is that all of this hard-coded stuff down there, so tiled, physics, graphic, all of that makes sense. But this part here, we will now make that editable and configurable in our tiled game editor. And the idea that I have here is that we use something similar that we did last time. So we currently have a class which is called a fixture definition, and we will create another class which is called game object, which we cannot use because it's already used for an enumeration. Then let's call it entity definition. Maybe that makes more sense to be more consistent with fixture definition. Then we have an entity definition, and that one is also just related to, let me think, to what is it actually related? It's a tile, so it should be Kachel. It's not an object, it's then really the tile from this objects tile set. Good, and what kind of things do we need? So first of all, we need the movement speed and the time to reach that. So let's call that two float values, max speed, and time to max speed. Let's call it like this. Then we have the jump height, which is also a float. Then we have an animation. Yeah, that could be maybe just a checkbox. So Boolean has animation. Then the state, maybe that's also a Boolean if something should have a state. I'm not sure if we will have something which does not have a state, but to make it configurable as much as possible, let's add that also as a Boolean. And finally, the maximum life, what we currently have, which is an integer. We could just call that life actually. And that one, let's rename it also to jump height. Can I rename it still? Yes. Jump height. And here we will call that speed. Okay, and I had one more thing in mind, which is actually this entity tag stuff. There we will create a new enumeration that we will call entity tag, where you can have a multi-selection. And the current values that we have is player and camera focus. So let's add that here. One is player and one is camera focus. And this is then also something in addition to our entity definition, that we can have an entity tag, which is, let's call that optional tags. Or let's call it just entity tags. So they are, of course, optional. By default, they are not set, but you could add them to entity if you want. Okay, then let's save this. And then in here, if we go now to our player, we could add the entity definition class to him. And there we can now say this is a player, this has the camera focus, it has an animation, it has a state, the jump height is 3.2, the life is 4, the speed is 8, and the time to max speed is 4.5. So everything that we have in here is now configured in tiled. So we could get rid of this if block here and simply pass the object properties. And that should be it. So let's save that. Senior, did we create the UI with KTX actors like we did in Mystic Woods? It seemed very complicated to me. It's a bit complicated to do what we want. No, we did a completely different approach this time. Which is, by the way, a good point. Let's move this skin composer stuff also to that local folder that I have here. We used skin composer for that, so let me show it to you. Okay, so this is the application that we used, and let me also open something. The file that I stored the last time. So from my understanding, and I want to make a little feedback to this guy on GitHub, some improvement ideas that I had, and maybe some would be cool if he also adds the LibGDX support for certain functionality in this little tool. But the tool actually consists of two applications. The first one is where you configure your skin. So you can see here we have the different widgets available that we could use in Scene2D, like a button, a progress bar, scroll pane, label, whatever. And what we created last time was a text button, first of all, which had a background down below here. So basically what, to explain it in a better way. So what you have here is at the top left, you have the different widgets that Scene2D supports. And when you select one of those, then you get all the options available, how you could configure the text button. So this is the text button style class that you see here below. And for example, a text button has a font information, the font color, some other information, then some graphics for when it's up, when it's down, when it's focused, all of that stuff. Pressed offset, unpressed offset, blah, blah, blah. And in the end, on the right side, you see then the preview, how your style here would look like. By default, it's always the default style that you are creating, but you could create here additional styles. So maybe one text button has a dark theme, one has a light theme, then you could create here a dark and a light style, for example. So this is already the first difference, that we used here this editor to create the skin. Because what is then very nice here is that we can extract or export the things from whatever we do here in this program. And one part would be the texture atlas. So all the different background graphics and every graphic related thing that we are using is automatically converted to a texture atlas. That saves already some time. Then it allows us to create fonts out of a true type font file. I come to that in a moment and show it then. And also it is possible to extract the skin in a specific, it's actually this one, export skin. So we get here a skin JSON, and what we then simply do, let me show it to you, or what you then basically get is a skin.json file. You don't need to modify that at all. So this is automatically created from the editor. So it has some color information. We created here black, red, and white. It has the free type font that I come to in a moment, which created some font that we can use. And for example, this text button style that you saw before, which used the default font, which had the color black for the font color, and this banner graphic for the background. In addition to the skin JSON, there is also the skin graphic and the skin atlas. So those two belong together. It's the texture atlas for our skin. And with that, we can then simply load that in our assets class, which was also not so difficult. We needed a specific skin loader, which is this free type skin loader that is needed to support the font that we are creating in the tool. And with that, we can then load the skin from the JSON file. So you see here, it's UI skin.json. We simply load that. And what you then get back is a skin like we used it in the tutorial. But there is no libGDX DSL involved. So the skin is not programmatically created. It's simply created by the tool in here, which I find very convenient because you already see how things look like and you can play around with the different properties. So it's faster and easier, in my opinion, to create a skin. The second thing that we used, and that is maybe that will help you the most, and which also is for me always a struggle to create, there is also a second application in this program, which is called, where is it? Scene Composer. So when you go to project, then there is Scene Composer, and then you are inside another application where you basically have a scene. So the scene, as you might know, is the how is it called? The scene graph of the different widgets and how they are represented. So we also did that with a DSL in Mystic Woods, where we had the table, then inside of it we created a label, a text button, whatever. But all of that was done programmatically. And in here, we can simply create a scene ourselves. So there's also an editor. The root is a group, which is always the root of our scene or stage. Then below there is a table. And our table in that case has 2 cells because initially when we created that, I said I wanted to have a table with 2 rows. And for every cell that we have then in our table, you can add widgets. Like for example, here I added this banner, which shows then the map name at the top. You can play around with the alignment, the expanding, the filling, and all these properties that we programmatically played around. But here, as you can see, you get the visual feedback directly, how things are looking. The only thing that is here not perfect in our Kotlin world is that you can export this scene here. And for example, we can copy it to the clipboard or save it as a JSON or save as a Java file. But let me show it to you. So copy to clipboard. And when what you get out of this editor is the Java code to create the scene that you configured in the Scene Composer UI. We could basically paste that into our game, and then IntelliJ anyway automatically tries to convert it to Kotlin. And here you see then, for example, that we get the table and how we need to set it up. Then here the text button with the different padding and expand information and whatnot, that we get the same look and feel like we have it here in the Scene Composer. What I then did, basically, I converted the code. So whatever we got here, I converted it then to the libGDX DSL, which you can see in, how did we call it? I think game view. Yeah, so in here, this little piece of code that we get from Scene Composer is that little code here, that one here above, with Kotlin with libGDX extensions. And yeah, there I will create an issue. Maybe the guy is motivated or he tells me how I could add that, because it would be cool if somehow in this editor already, when I go to export, that I could save it here as a, like here he has saved to Java. Maybe he can generate something like save to libGDX or something like that, that we directly get this code so that we don't need to convert it. And yeah, I like it actually. So, oh, I forgot to show you the font stuff, but I like it because you have visual feedback, and especially with user interface for me, as you saw it also in the tutorial maybe, or when you saw me in some live streaming sessions, I usually struggle with when should I use expand, fill, padding, spacing to position the widgets at the location where I want them to be. And with this editor, it's way easier to understand what is going on because I get the live feedback of the different settings that I change here, which is very cool. And yeah, the last thing that I did not show is the font, where I'm not sure how we get back to that. Ah, here, project fonts. There, what we were able to do is that we created a so-called free type font here. And this font is then based on a TTF file, so a true type font file, which if you don't know it, let me quickly show it to you. I think we also have it here. Yes. So normally, this is a normal true type font file. So in Windows, when you click on it, you get a preview of how the font looks like, and then you can install it, and then you can use it in Word or any other application that you are using. And what, at least to my understanding, what this true or open, how is it called, free type font is doing is that it creates a bitmap font or a true type font, not a true type font, a free type font out of the TTF file that we are giving it, and also the information. So here we have the link to our true type font file, and then we can set some size, whatever, borders, colors, all of some properties which are related to the font. And that one we can then use again in the skin and in our different widgets. So that one then also gets automatically created, and we don't need this Hero application anymore to create a bitmap font. So we have an editor, let's say, for our UI, which is, in my opinion, very convenient. So if we want to add something like a listener to these actors, how can we change the properties of the actor to detect clicks or in the game? You actually get that per default. So let me show you something before we continue with the other things. So the important part that you need to do is that you need to set your stage as an input processor to your game. So this GDX input, and then you have input listener, I think it's called. You need to make sure that the stage is part of that. And I think that's the only important thing that you need. And in the end, when you have then, for example, here we have a text button. And there we could add on click. I think it's on click event. No, let's take on click. I think that's also a LibGDX extension, and make here a print line. Oh, I need to apply this here. That's not the cleanest code to do it, but just that we get something to work. So now if I set here a breakpoint, if I am not wrong, we should already get a click event for our text button. Let's see. But that is usually the important piece that many people are missing. I missed it also initially, that you need to make sure that the stage is set as an input listener to your game. Yeah, so I clicked on it, and as you see, we are now we are inside this on-click callback function where we have the event available. So there was a touch-up event. It was at that area in our scene. And yeah, now we could do some code when that button is pressed. So it's as simple as that. Just add the stage as an input listener, and then you can add click, change, whatever listeners to your different widgets, and do something with that. I hope that answers the question. So coming back to our spawn system. Here we want to get rid now of all of that because we can now parse some additional information. And I think I will write it down like this. So from our map object, we can get the property on null. And let's see, let's go through the properties from top to bottom. The first one would be entity tags, which would be most likely a string tiled, because it does not know about, it's actually an enumeration, but the enumeration is stored as a string. We can choose between numbers and string, and I think we did not change that, so this information should be stored as a string information, and that would mean that in here we get the tags. We will make here then this question mark let, so which means if it's not null, so if this property is provided in some way, then we will iterate through all the tags. I think it should be like this. And then basically we can do it in a better way. So tags, we can map them to the entity tag value of, or how is it called? Entity tag by name, or how is it called? Entity tag. Which one is the correct one? This one here. And value of, yes, so it should be this one. So I think we can write it down like this. Exactly. And then this already gives us back a list of entity tags, right? This is a list of k function string entity tag. What? Is it then like this? Still no. I am not 100% sure, but I thought it's actually just like this. But obviously it isn't. Why? So then it's maybe... What is wrong? What am I missing? So what I want to have is basically just a tags, which is a list of entity tag. This is what I want. Why is it not like that? So tags should be... it's just a single string. Oh, that is completely wrong. But that's a good question. Can this property, how can it even return an array? Not sure if that is supported even. We need to check that out and play around here a little bit. Let's make a breakpoint here. I will watch all your broadcasts when I have time. You teach a lot, especially solids and modular programming. I learn from you. Glad to hear that. I give my best. Sometimes in the stream, I'm a little bit chit-chatting about other things, and sometimes I'm away for a couple of minutes. But I think still, if you have time and if you enjoy it, yeah, sure, feel free to watch it. Okay, so I think what I wanted to achieve is not so easy to get, because here we get entity tags, and I say that I think I get here a string. Is that correct or is that crashing? So that's null. Let's check something. So map object. And it's actually not the map object. It would be actually the tile itself, right? Yes, it's the tile which has this information. So that was the first mistake. And now let's see what is entity tags. This one here, that's just that's loaded as a string, it seems. Yeah, it's a string. Separated by comma, which is actually also not correct, I would say, from LibGDX, how they are loading that stuff. But we can work with that. So first of all, we need access to our tile. So map object, tile, map object, tile, and assign that. Here we already got this game object string. Okay. Then where were we? Down there. So let's stop the breakpoint for now. Then here we have now this stuff here. So from our tile, we get the property or null information from the entity text, and this is a string. And now this text string we will split by comma, which should give us a string array. Then we map it against the entity tag value of. Value of function. And this should now give us back the list. No, that's still something not what we want, it seems like. Entity tags. What is this now? This is now still a list of k function. I don't get that. So we map it against an entity tag. Aha, now it's correct. Okay, so now we can write it plus equal this one here. And what is IntelliJ now proposing? Remove the arrow, yes. Add explicit, replace it, no. Convert lambda to reference. Ah, okay, I made a mistake. So we just did the normal brackets and not the curly braces. Because with the curly braces, okay, that makes sense. It's then returning the function of value of. So that's why we had this list of k function stuff. And if we just use the normal map function with a function reference to it, then it really returns the result of this function reference. Okay, so that should be it. The question is, do we ever get here an empty string that we then don't split? Maybe. So to be 100% safe, let's store here the tags, and then if tags is not empty, only if they are not empty, then we are adding them to our entity. So that's the first thing, which means we can get rid of that little line here. Then the next one is we get our property, which is a float, and we called it, let's close this one here. The next one would be has animation. Has animation, that is actually a Boolean. And again, if it has that, then we also need to make sure that if it's true, we could actually, instead of property or null, we could also make property or like this, and then the default value like that. I think that is maybe even more concise than the way we are doing it. Let me quickly refactor that here at the top. Here we have if text string is not blank. So we only want to work with something. Then get the text out of it. And then we don't need the check in here because we are sure that here we already get a non-blank string. So that's good. Then here we have has animation and default value would be false. So here we have has animation. And why did it not save that? So if it has an animation, then we need this little piece of information here below, where we get the GDX animation for the world, for the game object, and for the idle animation. Let's also add some comments here. Entity tags. Then the next one here is the animation. Then let's continue. Then we have the state, so, which would be that line here below. So again, same logic as above. It's a Boolean again. It is has state, and by default it's the false value. And if it has a state, then we will create an AI entity out of it, and we will start in the idle state. Then next one would be jump height. Yes. So jump. So here we get a float, which is our jump height. Default value is 0. Jump height. And if the jump height is greater than 0, then we will add a jump component to the entity. Oops, not cut it. Let's copy it like this. Then 2 more left, right? Then we have the live information, which is an integer information. Default value would be 0. And if there is some live configured, then we add the live component to the entity. And the last one would be the move component. And there we have 2 properties, speed and time to maximum speed. So I would say the leading information, or the important one, is the speed information, which defaults to 0. And if a speed is defined, then we add the component to it, where the maximum speed is the speed from tiled. And the time to maximum would be, it's the same line here again, but we call it time to max speed. And maybe if it is defined, so if a speed is defined, but time to max, it could be actually 0. Maybe, I think that's even allowed. Time to max speed. And that's the property here at the end. And now we can remove this if. And with that little change, we are now allowing the entire configuration of an entity in the tiled editor, which is really, really great, I would say. So I think I want to have some debug lines in here to make sure that all of that is working properly, and also to identify if something would ever load wrong. So we will create here a locker. For currently it's called spawn system. We will refactor that in a moment. And maybe down there at the end, we have some log debug information. Spawning. I think that is a huge string. Spawning entity with. Now we get all this information. So what kind of things or what is important to debug? So map object ID. Yeah, maybe map object ID and the tile ID if there is some information related to that, but that could be important. Spawning entity with let's call that map object ID. That's our map object.id. Then we have the tile ID. I think there should be one, not 100% sure, but there is one. Yes, perfect. Then what else do we need? We need the physics body, no. The graphic, I also would say no. The game object, maybe. So this enumeration information, that could be useful to see. Then what else do we have? The tags for sure. So tags equal entity tag string. We don't have the real enumeration because they are just living in that scope here above. I don't want to extract them. Then has animation is has animation. Then has state is the has state information. What else did we have? Jump, live, and move. So jump was the jump height. Then we had the live information. And we had the move information, which was the speed and the time to maximum. Again, we don't have that, but that should be good enough. Let's see. So first of all, we should see this debug line. So spawning entity with map object ID 3. Tile ID 243. Is that correct? Not sure where I would see that, but I'd simply assume it's correct. Then we have game object frog. We have the different tags. We have has animation, has state, jump 3.2, live 4, and move of 8. And if I go back to the game, I should still be able to move left and right. Yes, and I can jump. We have still the animation and the state and everything. So we already did part 1, almost at least. So this one is finished. So we make it now configurable, which is great. So we can, I think now it's very easy to add an additional game object here, just define the properties in here, and then it's available. So it's not that difficult anymore. Also to adjust the player properties can also be done here. I like it, so I'm happy with that solution. But what I'm not happy with is that this is a system. I mentioned that before. So we will make a separate package for tiled related stuff. Then we will move the spawn system in here. Then we will remove the spawn system from the world because it should not be a system anymore. Where do we have it? Spawn system. So here, let's get rid of that one here. Instead, we will have a so-called tiled service, which is not an interval system anymore. It's a game event listener. So also, I think we just need one instance. No, we need a class in here because of the properties, which we also can no longer inject. So we really need to pass it when we create that. And let me think. Nah, we will not make that in here. We will make that a little bit different. So on tick, we don't need that anymore. On event, we need it. And what else is not working? So world. We don't have access now to our entity world. So let's get that as well. That gets rid of all the different compile errors. That's good. And now when do we need to dispose something? No, not in here. So what we need in our game screen, I think in here we can create somewhere, maybe here, we have a tiled service, which takes our entity world, it takes the physics world and the assets. That's good. Then we need to register it as a game event listener. And also when we hide it, we want to unregister as a game event listener so that it does not react when the screen is not active. And with that, let me think. I think everything should now still work, but the tiled server or the tiled or spawn system is no longer a system. It's now a separate service class. Yeah, that looks good. So everything is still working. Now, the last thing that I want to optimize is not this one. We have here the entity animation, which we needed in the AI entity. So let's keep that one here. But I think those box2d utilities, they are only needed in... no, they are needed in two separate locations. So in the tiled service, but also in the loading screen. Let me think. And what do we get here? We actually get a map object, which is a tiled object. So for me, that makes sense to have that. Yeah, let's move all of that to the tiled service file. That makes more sense to me because that is also still tiled related. So it should be related to the tiled service. For me, that makes more sense. So we have here the fixture dev user data, and we have two functions which can be actually companion methods below here. And that should already be it, right? Let's see. Yes, everything is compiling. So with that, we can get rid of this file here that we don't need, but we need to adjust two areas where we call this fixture definition function that we, of course, don't see now. So the first one was the loading screen. So there we have now from our tiled service, this companion method. Yes, that's already working. And I think that's it because the second one was inside the tiled service itself. Yes. Okay. Okay, this one is not available. Yeah. Okay, that's great because now everything that is tiled related is part of this tiled service. We could make that normal member functions of our service. And then, because currently we create the service just in the game screen, we could make the service, let's say, globally available, like the audio service, and then just pass it to the different screens. And I'm thinking about doing this change now because we never need, I think we don't need different services per screen. So we should handle it most likely like the audio service. So let's make one final small refactoring. And then I'm happy with what we have here. So we create a tile. We cannot create the tile service here because there we would also need to create the world here, the physics world. And that actually could be different. Yeah. No, then let's keep it then like we have it. I think it's good enough. Why do I have here? Because I removed the tiled service. Okay, one final time. Is everything loading, working, jumping? Yes, that looks good. Then here, everything is saved. And now we will make a commit. Because part 1 of today is now finished. So we remove this file. In our game screen, we create this tiled service, which we registered. We remove the spawn system. Here we replaced it with a different function. Then that one we don't care. Here we also had the fixture definition user data. That was for the global object fixtures map that we have it available. And we made this tiled service stuff. Okay, so how do we call that? Make entity configuration or make entity configurable inside tiled tile properties. Let's call it like this. Okay, let's commit that. Then I usually like to close then everything to also free up my mind now. And now for today, we want to create the first enemy. And there we said that we want to have a chainsaw. So we will start with the graphic itself, which means we need to check our different assets again. And here do we have somewhere we have a chainsaw, I'm pretty sure. But where could it be? Is it background? No, it's not background. Or was that a separate, maybe a separate download for the enemies? Not 100% sure. Traps. Is it traps? Saw. Ha! That one sounds good. Okay, so a saw, and there is a chain on. I think this is the animation for the chain, that it's rotating, and off means that, yeah, that it's standing still. And chain could be the little bubble. So if you want to have like a bouncing chain from left to right, then that would be the chain. But we keep it simple for now. We will just have the chain itself, which means we need that little graphic here. And that one gets part of our objects. Yeah, where we have an additional folder that we will call now the saw. And the saw needs to be split up. So it's 38 by 38. So let's split that first of all into separate graphics, which we will call, how is the graphic called? On something. And we crop it by 38 by 38. And we will not call it on or off or something. We will call it, I would say, idle. Yes, so that's the idle animation of the chain. The chain most likely does not have any specific state. Maybe. Yeah, let's roll with that for now. So with an idle state, which gives us now the single graphics. Yeah, that looks good. Then let's remove it, and let's also open up the texture packer and pack it inside our atlas. Yeah, that looks good enough. So we should have now a saw. In order to use the saw, we need... How do we want to place that? First of all, let's try to integrate it into tile. So there we have a test map currently, which should be a little bit bigger. Let me quickly change that. So we add, I don't know, 10 additional tiles to it. So let me quickly extend our tutorial map here, or test map actually here a little bit. So something like this. And here we have this one here. Okay, then some decoration. It actually does not really matter for the tutorial, but that we have something. And now under objects, we want to place here, maybe let's create another platform. Can I select something? I think with S. Is it S? No, R. Yes. So let me select this one here and paste it over there. Yeah, here. And in the decoration layer. Let me also select this one and paste it here below. Okay, so here on top, I want to add now a chainsaw, and this saw should move just left and right. So when there is an edge, it should go back. We could enhance it to maybe like support tracks or something where we can say, okay, move like this. Maybe that's even a cooler approach. We might support tracks. Let's see. Hello, Joker. What do you think about the effect that Devin AI is gonna be on development? I'm serious. So I follow this AI hype now for almost 2 years now, I think. And in my personal opinion, it's simply overhyped. So initially, when I used ChatGPT and everything, I was also impressed at the answers that it gave. But the more I used it, the more I saw that how often it hallucinates. And especially when you get to more specific problems, which are very specific to your customer or to your game or whatever, then at least in my area where I ask it some questions, it really hallucinates quite often and fails many times. Also, I saw a study recently where they showed that, I think it was on GitHub, that there was more code committed in the last 1 or 2 years. So before the AI era, let's say, there was, I think, 40 or 60% more code contributed than all the years before. But also in addition, there were more than, was it 50%? But the numbers are maybe just made up. But the important information is that way more bugs got introduced than before, and people need to fix them now and look at it because they just blindly trusted the AI and took over some codes, which was then not good enough. So in my opinion, I see the potential, and for sure AI can help. I use it also from time to time, so it helps me personally as well. But I don't see it replacing humans after all, because there always needs to be someone who is then really checking things. And if there are problems, there needs to be someone to fix them. I see them more like an assistant, so that they help us to get faster to a specific goal and maybe to understand certain things faster. But I personally don't see them as a replacement. And I heard that already so many times. Like, I don't know, in my country, they said like normal grocery store workers, they will be replaced by something in the near future. And I don't know, so many jobs will be replaced by something, but it's almost never happened. For sure, there will always be some changes in your job. You need to adapt a little bit, but I don't see that technology is simply removing everything. There, in my personal opinion, the AI is a little bit overhyped. It's good. I see the potential, but it's not there where people think it is. That's my personal opinion about that. Okay, so objects. We want to have an additional object. That should be just adding the... we had here a separate object folder, I remember, where we just need a graphic for tiled. So that one was in here. Let's call that the saw. And now we want to add the saw. And with that, we can give it also an entity definition. It is not a player, it's not camera focused, it has an animation. Does it have a state? Here I'm more thinking that instead of having the information if something has a state, maybe we should just give the state itself. So for the player, it would be the idle state, but for the saw, it might be the saw state or something where it simply follows a specific track. So we might change that. Anyway, it cannot jump. It has no hit points. It has a speed, of course, where I would say, I don't know, how fast is the player? Player is 8. So let's make here a speed of 3. And it reaches this time instantly. Let's also try that out. So 0 should hopefully mean that it reaches the speed instantly. Otherwise, we need to adapt our system. And that's it, which means now here I should be allowed to place the chain object somehow. Yeah. It's really, really huge. But these are optimizations for later on. And now I actually would like to link that to a track also. What would be cool, the chain most likely should always be in the background. So what we also might need here as an information is the, how did we call it? Did we call it graph C? Yes, so the C value of the graphic. That one we also might need to set. No, that actually does not help us. Somehow we need certain entities to be drawn maybe before the background layer is drawn. Either that, or another solution, of course, would be to move the objects down. Then they are always in the background of everything. But that means the feet of the player here would be cut off, which is a little bit weird. So that is some minor details that we might want to optimize. But let's first try to implement a chainsaw. And what I want is that it follows actually a track. So what I want to do is that I enter a polygon like that. And here I say it maybe just goes. Yeah, how would I link it then? That's a little bit of a question. So what I want is that maybe I detect it by checking if there is an object here. How would I know that this track is related to that game object? Not sure, actually. So I want something like this. So draw the track would be go left and then go right, for example, something like this. And now the chain should follow that little track here. But how do I identify that? The saw always has to be a tile, right? So it has to be this T stuff, and I can select. No, what did I do? I can somehow select it, yes. And I could theoretically stretch it like this. Then it looks very, very ugly in the editor, but at least I would know the boundaries that it has. But that's not ideal. Maybe we just have then a separate, let's make it like this, maybe a separate object layer that we call saw tracks, for example. In here, we can now have a track like this. So it goes from here to here. Yeah. And in the code, we could then, when we get to this object, we then go through all the objects of the saw track layer. And if any one of these tracks is intersecting our saw object here, then this is the path that we will follow. Maybe something like that. That could theoretically work. Let's see. What we also need, we did not create yet the collision for that little saw. So we will make here, I think that one really makes sense as a circle. And we will make that, let's see, like this, then like that. Doesn't have to be perfect, but it should be almost like this. So the, how do you say here, that the edges or the knives of the saw they will not hit the player. He will just get hidden when he's really in the center of the saw. Maybe a little bit bigger. So something like this, maybe. Yeah, I think that's good enough. Here we also had the fixture definition. So does it have a density? Not sure yet. Friction, no. Is it a chain shape? Yes. Is it a sensor? No. Restitution, and it has no user data. We could call that the hitbox again. I think we called it like hitbox, right? Hitbox. And that one is also the hitbox. Okay. Theoretically, we should see the chain if we load up our game, right? So of course we need a new game object that we can call saw. But other than that, we should already see the saw. Let's see. No, we don't see it. Missing property game object on tile 2. Aha. Which means we... yes, we did not give it the game object information. Which might be also simply an information of our entity configuration. Yeah, let's quickly optimize that. So our entity definition also has a game object information. How did we parse that? In capital letters. Okay. Like this. And default value seems to be frog. Yeah. Okay, whatever. That's it. So that one is now a saw. It has an animation. It currently does not have a state. And yeah, let's see. Now it should load. No. Unsupported map object, polyline map object. In here. So we filter. Okay. I get it. Because we are also trying to parse the saw tracks here, which is not correct. So here, I think spawn dynamic kinematic game objects, we will not go by the layer type. We will more have something like this. So it name equals object. So that is our objects layer. But then I think there can be just one layer like that, which is layer name objects. And then from that layer, we get all the objects and we iterate through them. Should be like this. Okay, now let's see if we see a chainsaw. Yes, we do. I actually made a mistake. So the decoration was below the objects. It was there. Let me quickly restart. Okay. Yeah, and we already see a saw that is rotating. So we can also move it around. There, let me quickly try something. So theoretically, if the saw has a density of maybe 100, I don't know, something big, I think we should not be able to move it anymore, but not sure. Yeah, so now we cannot move the chain anymore. So we cannot move it around because it has a way higher density than the player. The player has a density of 0, I think. So 0, a weight of 0 or something like that. So the density is 0. The chain has 100, so we cannot move it anymore. And if the chain would move, it would actually push our player. I think that would be maybe something Interesting. Okay, so chain is loading and animating. Now we need to move it along a specific track. Yeah. So what can we do? How do we solve that? First, I think that the most generic solution would be that it's so that this track solution is not just linked to a saw, that we could use it for everything. So I would say we create an entity tag which is called follow track, maybe something like this. That one we can now set here as well. Okay, so now we can have our saw and it has the entity tag that it follows a specific track. That is part one, I think, that we need. And the next thing, so now in our tiled service, after we have spawned everything, we could make step 3, link entities that follow a track to its related track in tiled. So we need something like that. This one we can achieve by simply get all entities which have the follow track tag. And for those entities, they also have a position. Actually, we would need the boundary. So what I want to do is now that what do I do? The hotkeys, they are completely wrong. So when we have our chain here, stop doing something. Okay, when we have our chain here, it has a specific boundary, and this boundary is intersecting with one track, that is that object here. So the first thing that I need is the boundary of the map object. To get that, currently we have a tiled component, right? Yeah, but that one just has a map object ID. Maybe that should also have a boundary. Yeah, let's make it like this. And that's a rectangle. So coming back to our tiled service here, we also pass here map object. Maybe tile rectangle, not sure. How do we get the boundary of that thing here? Let's quickly find out. Let's make a breakpoint here. And below here, what did I do? Here I forgot to call for each. And here we also get then here the entities. Let's also make a breakpoint here. We should enter here once for the chain. Let's see. Okay, so here we have our map object. The map object has what kind of information? It has an X, a Y, nothing else. It also has a width and a height. So this is exactly what we need. So we need the map object X, map object Y, map object width, and map object height. Yes, and we called that map object boundary units are in tiled units equals pixels instead of world units. That needs to be, or that is some important information. So this is not scaled to our world units. This is really the tiled boundary information. Then I want to still have that in one line. So let's extract that here. And let's call that, yes, map object boundary. Okay. Okay, then down here where is it? Somewhere down here, that was the third step. Spawn entities. Okay, that's the method. So down here we get now this different entities and which should follow a track. So what the information that we need is the tile information. And we need the game object. No, we don't need that. We also don't need the map object ID, but we need the map object boundary. So this is something that we need. And we also need the layer, which is called, maybe not call it then saw tracks. Let's call it just tracks in general. And this one, let me download it. Can that be null? No, that one throws a missing layer exception. What if I want to get the layer but without an exception? Is there something like layers get, yeah, it's this one. Okay, get tracks, and if that one is available, so that's the track layer. And then we want to get the track object. So that would be track object by boundary. And there we pass in the map object boundary, right? And what we want to get back is the track map object. So we want to implement this method. Yeah. And that one returns a map object. And it can actually be null if it does not find anything. Not sure. Or would that be an error? Maybe for now we throw an error. So if there would be an entity that should follow a track, but there is no track related to it, then we will throw an error. But that also means that actually here we want to have this method here, because we also want to get an error if the tracks layer is missing and there are entities which are following a track. Okay, track object by boundary like this. So what we need is that should maybe be an extension function of map layer. I think so. Because then we can get access to the objects. And for each layer object, then I think there is a math utility which checks for intersection. Oh no. I thought there was something in libGDX which is doing some intersection checking, but maybe that's somewhere else. Or is it here? Boundary I Fit inside, fit outside. No, no, no. Merge. Overlap. Is it overlap? Or contains? No, it's not contains because we have a line. Maybe it's overlap. What is overlap? Whether this rectangle overlaps the other rectangle. So what does it do? If x is smaller than the other rectangle x and the width, so x is smaller than the right edge and the right edge is greater than the left thingy and y is smaller than the other rectangle y. Also but the top of the other one and the is more or greater than y. No, I think this one is this really the overlaps check? Because I also saw something with fit inside. Fits this rectangle into another rectangle while maintaining aspect ratio. Okay, this is something completely different. Let me check something. LibGDX check for intersection between rectangle and line. Intersect line polygon is the wrong method. I should have been using intersect segment polygon. And what is he calling here? Intersector. There was an intersector class. Okay, I just remember that there was something. So intersector, intersect lines, intersect, what did he say? He should have used intersect segment polygon, intersect segment polygon. So what do we have here? We have position 1, position 2, and a polygon. That one sounds weird to me. Then intersect segment rectangle. We have a start, we have an end, and we have a rectangle. I think that's the one that I want to have. But actually, actually, we would need the intersection of the rectangle with the entire polyline track. Is there something for that available? Intersect lines? No. Intersect polygon. Polygon 1 and polygon 2. Maybe that one, and we just need to convert our rectangle to a float array. Yeah, that could be one. Intersect line polygon. No, that's not the one. Intersect rectangles. That's also not the one that we need. Yeah, I think we need this one. Intersect polygon. So let's try this one. And there we have P1 and P2, which are the float arrays. So what we need here is, let me see. So first of all, if layer object is polyline map object, so if it is not a polyline map object, then only polylines are supported for tracks. So if it's not a line, if it's not a polyline, then we simply don't support it for the time being. Otherwise, we know that it is a polyline, and from that one we can get the polyline, and from that one the vertices. So that would be line vertices. Yeah. And that is the first one that we pass in here. No, because that one... that needs to be a float array, but that is a float array. Okay. And then we just need to convert the rectangle to rect vertices, which we could do outside this method instead of converting it every time when we call it, but just to get something going and see if it's working, we do it here. So here we get a float array. Yeah, is there a float array of? Yes. And we pass in here. Let me think. So boundary X, boundary Y. That's the bottom left. Then we have boundary X plus the width. That's the second one. Then we have boundary X plus boundary width. And boundary Y plus boundary height. And finally, this one plus the height. I think those should be the 4 points or the 4 vertices which are defining our rectangle. Okay, so what's the problem here? What does he say? Required a LibGDX float array, and we have a Kotlin float array. Okay, so let's see. Float array of LibGDX. Yeah, then let's create another float array of LibGDX. What kind of constructors does it have? It has a nothing, then it has a capacity, ordered capacity, or it takes a float array itself. Aha, okay, wait, then we keep it like this and we have a call like that. Good. So first of all, we will add a type alias for this one here later on. But first of all, let's find out if this one is working. So if so if those two are intersecting, then we want to end up here, and we would expect that we actually end up here once. Let's see. We have an error. A return expression okay, because we need to return here something. Okay, let me think. So let's return here just an empty map object for now that this one here compiles. And now let's see. So okay, here we get in here once, and we are now here. So here we have the line vertices, which is wrong. Zero, 0, 63, and 0. That's for sure wrong. The information that we are currently getting is it the relative information? So basically this line has a width of 63, but we also need to consider that there is an offset here. So this line is not at 0, 0, it's at some coordinate. How do we fix that? So actually for every float that we get in here, we would need to add the X and Y Yes, so the y information and the x information. So this is currently not correct. What about the rectangle? That one has a width. So it has the map object x, y, the width and the height. So this is x, this is y. That one sounds plausible. I think this one is correct, but that one for sure is not correct. So that one cannot work at the moment. Let me think. We actually want to map every vertex that we get here. Is there a map indexed? Yes. And we have here the index and we have the value. That's super ugly code, so we fix that in a moment. So basically, if the index is 0, then we return the value plus the layer object x, and otherwise we return the value plus the layer object y. And this one needs to be cast to float array. Okay, now we should get the correct results, I hope. Let's see. So we have here now our line with 321, 102, 384, 102. Yes, that looks a lot better now. And this is actually, we already see that. I think that's inside or somehow intersecting our rectangle. So it says here true, which is good. So we would have here the related track for our object and we could do something. Wait, let me quickly check. So we get here one time and that's good. Okay, let's also make the counter check. So if we would have a track which is not linked to our game object, so for example, this track here, now we should get an error, right? No, why not? In my opinion, we should get an error. So we have here the line from before, that's correct. And again, the same line, huh? Why? Ah, no, sorry. Now here we have a completely different line. So 241, da da da, 269, da 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 da. And those are... Ah, they are not intersecting. Okay, okay, good. Everything is fine. But we don't throw an error yet. Yeah. Okay, so what I want, so let me clean up this code here a little bit. So if we are not intersecting, okay, if we are intersecting, we actually found the related track and we then return the map or this layer object. And in here, I would say here we throw an error. There is no related track for... Yeah, we pass in here the boundary. So maybe I would say for $map object ID. So we'll pass that to the method. Now some code cleanup because that one is ugly as hell. I cannot live with that. So the first one that we will have is here where we have a type alias GDX float array, which is equal to that one here. Is there maybe also already a GDX float array somewhere in LibGDX? No, doesn't look like it, or maybe it's not imported. Anyway, we are now using this one here below. So we will have here the GDX float array because for whatever reason that method below needs it instead of a normal float array. So that is part 1. Then part 2 is that in here, first of all, we want to convert our rectangle vertices already up here. So here we get the GDX float array, and it's replace all the boundary with map object boundary like this. And now we can pass that to the method, and also I would say I think it was this one here, the first one. Was that one here called map object ID? Ah, that was the game object. The second one was the map object ID. So this one, game object we don't need. And we also want to pass that to our method below here. Okay, so this one is now called map object ID. And these are the rectangle vertices. So now our error message here below, there is no related track for map object ID. That one is now correct. And the rectangle vertices, we don't create them here anymore. We get that passed from the outside. Yeah. Then this conversion is also a little bit ugly. Can we just... Nah, the windowed method is not available in that context. I was just thinking that maybe we can just go through in steps of 2 to convert this to the correct vertices that we need, but no. So let me check something else. So we have the polyline, and that one has vertices. What is transformed vertices? Is that the same? Let's see. There's another method, it seems. Let's find out what that one is returning. Okay. There is something which is called layer object polyline transformed. Here we get 321, 102. Ah, it's the one that we are actually calculating here. Okay, so then it's way easier. So all of that stuff here we can remove and just call transformed vertices. Okay, didn't I use a similar approach somewhere else? Yes, here. So here I did x plus... but here I used the unit scale. I scaled everything down. Yeah, here I will stick to that. But on the other code segment, so here we can really use the transformed vertices, which is good, and track object by boundary. It's not very efficient because we iterate through all the objects and get the correct track, but for our game that should be, I think, fine enough. We don't have hundreds of these tracks and objects, so it should not be difficult to parse that, and also does not take a long time for that. So in the end, let me now think. I think that also can be simplified because we have the layer. From our layer, we get the track object by boundary. And the only thing that we now need is actually this returns a polyline map object, which is then also better for our case, because then here we can get the polyline and the transformed vertices, convert them to our world units, and then the chain can follow that track. And here I would say I'm thinking now. So currently that one, okay, let me also remove this one here. Currently, the saw is a physics object, but it's actually not a physical or a correct physical behavior. It should not follow that, because something that we want is basically, let me remove that once more and also test it then in the end. If we have a track like this, doesn't really matter, but just imagine we have a track like that. Then it should go right, and then go backwards again. And that one has nothing to do with physics. It should just move to a specific, or move with a specific speed along those different segments in a line. So I'm thinking now, can I move a box2D body and just set its position directly? Is that allowed? Let's see. Box2D set body position after creation, something like this. Move body to a specific position. The simplest way is actually to use set position, set transform. For example, Obviously, the instantaneous jump means you are subverting the physics simulation, but it is the simplest, most direct way to set the position of a body. Given that you don't want to use set position, which is equivalent to the code pasted above, then apply linear impulse with the appropriate force will do the trick and is more correct from a simulation point of view, but likely to be more problematic. Okay, the only problem that I could think of, that this is maybe not triggering contact events, but we can find that out later on. The simplest way would be to set the linear velocity of the body so that it will cover the necessary distance in one timestamp. For example, if the body needs to move 3 units to get to the desired location. Okay, that one I think would also be possible, because we already are setting the linear velocity and we can calculate the values that we would need to set to reach to the specific point. I think that's better than calling set transform. I remember somewhere in the back of my head that this is a little bit problematic and maybe bypasses the contact events. So we will set the linear velocity. Yeah, how do we now add this new functionality to our game? So I would suggest that we create a new component that we call a track component, for example. Yes. Then this track component has following information. It has the track points, which is simply most likely an array of vector 2, so an array of points. And that's it. I think we don't need more information. Now we don't need more information. Now coming to our move system. Currently, what would happen? We iterate here over all entities that can move, which would also include our entities which are tracked. Can we reuse that logic for our needs? So we could always set the move direction. But this one, let me check. I think we cannot reuse it. Or can we? Let me think. How did we set the linear velocity? So we get here the move component, and then we set the linear velocity to whatever we have here. Which is not what we want actually, because we want to overrule all of that. I think the simplest way for me is to really split up that logic completely. So the move system only iterates over entities that have a move component, but they don't have a track component. And then we have a separate system that we will now call, for example, the track system, which is also an iterating system. And that one is now iterating over .family. All entities that have a move component, that one we want to reuse, and they also have a track component. Okay, and now I think now it should not be that difficult anymore. So first of all, we get the information from the track component, which would be our track vertices, right? Or track points. We call it track points. Property with array type in the data class, it is recommended to override equals and hash code. What if it is a list? Let's make a list. Okay, then we also need the move information. The direction is not important at all. The current information we need, the maximum, the time, and the time to max. Yeah. Then most likely I would say we also want to have this piece here. So the move interpolation, whatever we are then using in the end, let's extract that here. So that would be the move interpolation, which is this one. And we will use that here. And we will also use it in our track system. So that little piece of information here which we also need to set. So we have here a move component. So there we have the timer plus the delta time, and then the current is equal to the interpolation that we use. And then we apply, we had a minimum speed as well, which we also need to make public. Okay. Okay. And multiplied by the direction value, we don't need that because the direction gets now calculated by us. And how do we do that? That's a good point now. So somehow we need to know where we are at the moment and where we want to go. Which means in our case, I would actually like that we have the center of our entity where we could use the physics component for that, but we will not sure, but I think we will use the sprite actually, and the center of the sprite, so the graphic, we will misuse it for our purpose. And then we get the angle between the center of the sprite and the target point here. And we will just move towards that direction. Then once we reach a specific point, we will go to the next one, and next one. Okay, so we are missing one piece of information, which is a variable, which is the current track point, which is a vector 2, and that's from the track points, the first one. Yeah. So we have here the list of track points, and the current track points is always the first one. Might not be 100% correct, but that's the way how we set it up in the editor. And now we always need to check, is the current entity position within a specific tolerance of the target track point? If yes, we go to the next point in here. And if no, we just move. Yeah, we just move to the current track point. Yes, that's it. So back here, we have here current track point. And let me think. So as I said, we also want here the sprite, or we call it graphic component. We need that one here as well. So the graphic, and then get the sprite out of it. We don't need the C value. And let me think. So first of all, adapt move speed. That's the part here. And then move towards current track point. That is what we need to implement now. For move towards current track point, we need the sprite center. There is no center method, which means it's then the x plus sprite width and half of it. That's current x. And then we also have the current y. That's the y coordinate of the sprite and half of the width. So that's the center, which is this little brown bubble here of the chainsaw, this knob. Okay, so we have this information. Then we need to check now if we are in range of the current track point. So if mathutils is equal, this current x is equal to the current track point x, and the tolerance is maybe something like this, maybe a little bit less tolerance. And the same thing is here. So if we have and if also the y coordinate is within the tolerance, then we do something. So that one we will import again. And this one we might want to extract. So something like private function is equal. It's an extension function for a vector 2, and that one is equal. And there you pass in, let me think, the x and the y and the tolerance, and it returns a Boolean. And it's simply this one here. So we have x, y. Oh, I think this one needs to be this x. Yeah, it's with the naming, it's a little bit stupid. So let's call that other x and other y to make it clear that we are comparing here those two things. Then we have the tolerance. And now it looks like this. And here we can now write it a lot simpler, which would be current track point is equal. And there we have the current X and current Y. Okay, when... Oh, and the tolerance, which is this one. Okay, so when we are here, then we reached, or entity reached current track point. Go to next track point. Okay, so I'm just thinking maybe that one should just be an index. Let's convert that. Current track point or current index. Let's call it like this, which is just an integer, and it's the index 0. Because I think that makes now the upcoming logic a little bit easier. So we have the current track point is equal to the track vertices, and there we get the current index, not 0, we get the current index. Okay. Good. When we reached it, we check the following. So if current index is greater equal track vertices size, which means we reach the last one, then we go back to the first one, I would say. So basically, it's actually easier. So it's then current index is equal current index plus 1 and mod the current track point or track vertices size. And here we actually need to set that, of course, on the component to modify it. The track component, that one. So we go to the next one, and current it would be like this. So when we are here, we go to that point. Later on, we could implement it that it goes the track backwards. I think that is the better approach to do it. But let's finalize this approach here. I think that is good enough for today, that we just follow the entire track and then go back to the first point here. Yeah, so here we get actually the next tracking point. So next track point is equal to track vertices and then the one that we just set. Okay, now we need the angle between those 2 points. I think there is also something. Or is this the arcus tangens 2 something? I think it's something like that. Let's ask AI here. I think it's something with arcus tangens 2 thingy. What is the formula to get the angle between 2 points in 2-dimensional space? I want the angle in degrees. Not sure if I want it to be in degrees, but let's see. Joachim, hey, just dropping by for a second and wish you much strength. Keep on going. Thank you, thank you. I hope that we can finish this for today. That would be awesome, that we support tracks and that this saw is moving around. Can be tricky, I think, because of the physics engine that we are using, but I'm confident that we can do it. So there are 2 common ways to find the angle between 2 points in 2-dimensional space and convert it to degrees. Blah, blah, blah. So arcus, cosinus, using... I think I remember this one here. So it's y minus y, x minus x. Yes, we need this formula here. I remember that it's something like that. So what we get is then from our math utils, we have the 8, 10, 2, yeah. And there, we would need to try that out. We go with something. I think y2 is actually where we want to go. So it would be the next track point y. And we are currently at the current y. And the next one would be next track point x minus the current x. And that one returns the angle in radian, I guess. The angle to the given point in radian. Yeah. So let's call that angle radian, which is the arcus tangens 2. Yeah. And now, let me think. Now we would actually set the let me think. What are we doing here? So I get in the system every frame for every entity that has a track component and a move component. Then we are adjusting the move speed to whatever it has. That's done. And now we calculate, for example, if it started at point 0, tracking point 0, and we want to go to the next point, we know the angle. So now in here, we would need to set the linear velocity somehow that it moves to that specific point. So most likely here, most likely here, I want to set the linear velocity of the physics body, maybe. Could that be it? I do think so. But so let's write it down here. So set physics linear velocity. I think that is what we want. But there is a second case. So if we are not entity reach current track point, go to the next track point. So here we did not reach the track point yet. So just continue current path. Do we need to do anything here? I don't think so. I really don't think so. But in order for that to work, we have a current index which is per default -1. I think that's important because then either we are let me think. We need some initialization logic. That is what I'm currently thinking of. What happens if so we have an entity which spawns somewhere and we know it's intersecting with the current track. Now, for sure, we need to initialize it with something. So what we need to do is we have here -1. And then we have here the same logic, which means so current index is equals -1 or current index is always false. Ah, yeah, because we would crash here. Let's remove it. Where do we access it? Here. And seems like we just need it once. So let me currently move that down there. So let me think that through again. So if current index is -1, so we did not update the angle yet, so where the entity needs to move, then this one is true, then this one does not get evaluated, so nothing crashes here. Then we go down there. What do? We then increase the current index by 1, which would be 0. Then we get this tracking point, which would be the first one. Then we get the angle between the starting point, so where the sprite is currently, and this first point. And then we want to update the linear velocity. But the linear velocity needs to be, so this case is not important at all, we can remove it. The linear velocity needs to be set every frame because the move speed gets updated. At least that's the way how we currently implemented it. Which also means does that mean anything? No. So one approach would be that we set the linear velocity of the physics body directly here. But for whatever reason, we did not do that the last time. Maybe that was related because of the... I think it's better doing it in here, because here is the physics simulation happening. So if we set the linear velocity in the other system, then we have a physics step, which maybe due to gravity and what else and whatnot, it will update the linear velocity, and we would have a second step physics update call. Then we should reset it, the linear velocity, to the correct value. So we also want to do something here. Let's make a comment here. So physics body linear velocity is set inside physics system. To correctly update the linear velocity every time before the physics world gets updated. Okay, but our physics system needs then to know in which direction it should go. So I would say, let me think. Do we store this information? That's the important one. Do we store that on the track or on the move component? The move component, it would have been a better approach if the move component somehow has a separate value for X and Y speed. I think we will go for now with this information here. So we will have here a move X, which is a float, and a move Y, which is a float. And the correct values that we want to set here is that from our track component, the move X is equal to what is the formula again for 2D movement? That's also AskAI. What is the correct formula to move an object in 2D space from point A to point B with a given speed and angle? I think it is something like X equals, or new X equals the current X plus velocity X times cosinus angle. And I think the Y, okay, let's see if it understands that. You're on the right track. Here's the correct formula to move an object in 2D space from point A to point B with a given speed and angle. So new x is x1 plus the speed times cosinus delta time. Yes, this is the one. And on the y coordinate, it's the sine value, which would mean, so here our speed would be x1 is the physics body, which is part of the physics world step. So our speed is simply the move component current times the cosine value of our angle in radian times delta time. Not sure. We will go with that one. And as mentioned, this actually needs to be set below here. So we have something like this one. So these are the values that we want to set every frame. Which would also mean we would need to calculate this angle all the time, every frame, which is also not ideal. So let's also store that on the track component. Like this. Let's see. So that one here is then from our track component, the angle. Yeah. And we simply set it here below. Not sure if we need to multiply it with delta time here. I don't think so. I really don't think so. But let's see. So we would have here now, hopefully, a track system that we did not add yet. So let's not forget it. We will add that maybe directly after the move system. We have our track system. And in our physics system, there we need to distinguish now. So if something has a move component, then great. And also if the entity has a track component. How do we do it? Let's say like this. With destructuring, so track points we don't need, current index we don't need, move X, move Y, we actually do need it. Oh, but get or null is not working. So we have here track component. Let's make it like this. So if track component equals null, then it's the logic that we had before. And otherwise, it should be something else. It should be then actually from the track component, the move X, and from the track component, the move Y. That should be it. Also, gravity scale. For bodies which are following a track, there should be no gravity applied because they are just moving in their own world. So they just follow their track and there should be no gravity applied at all. And theoretically, that should give us something. Let's see. It does nothing. Okay. I would have been quite surprised if something works immediately. So we never reach this point here. Because most likely we never add the track component. Could that be it? Yeah, we never add the track component. Is that something that we want to configure in here? I would say so. No, I would say no, because we have the third step here. So we have link entities that follow a track to something. So we have here the track object. Yes, and that part here, so that one we did not implement properly. So what we want to have here, entity configure, and we want to add here the track component, which is just the different tracking points. And how do we do that? So we have the transformed vertices, and those ones we want to maybe iterate over all of them. Let me think. Yes, I think we want to iterate over all of them. But in a step of 2. So for I in 0 until track object polyline transformed vertices step 2. Size. Something like this. And then we get the vertex x is equal to track object polyline transformed vertex I multiplied with our unit scale. And the y position is I plus 1, also multiplied by unit scale. And in the end, we want to get a track points list, which is a mutable list of vector 2. Yeah, where we now add this stuff with vertex x and vertex y. And this is then the information that we pass to our track component. Okay. Yeah, let's see. Crash. Seems like we have an endless loop. Stack overflow error. Yes, so we have a stack overflow error somewhere in our track system. Actually, it seems like is equal. Okay, that's dangerous. Haha, we are calling the same method again and again. So let's call that not in is equal, let's call that in range. I think that's a better name for that. That way we can do it like this, and this equals is the math utils is equal method. Yes. Make it an static import. So now we should no longer have the stack overflow error. Whoa. Whoa, but something very crazy is happening. Something really crazy is happening. Is it... Okay, let's do it step by step. That was a lot of changes. So first of all, let's remove those 2 lines of code here. Now everything should hopefully still work. Yeah. That looks good. Let's also enable the profiling again, just to be on the safe side. Where we don't draw the FPS actually. Let's add that also quickly to our profile system. So we have bindings, draw calls, calls. Wasn't there before something with a pipe all the time? Trim to margin. Trim to... Huh? Oh God, what am I clicking again? We use that here. So here we had this and then trim to margin. Why don't I have that available? Okay, now I have it. Then we have here a pipe, here a pipe, here a pipe. And one more thing. We want to have here the frames per second, which is GDX app graphics frames per second. That's an interpolated value. But that should be the information. That should be the information that we want. Let's see. No, it's making... it makes new lines. I don't want that. Trim. Indent. Margin. Okay, whatever. I don't know how to write that in a nicer way. So we have to live with that. I'm pretty sure there is a way to make it easier and write it down like that and replace new lines or something, but I don't know how at the moment. I don't care. I just want to see here the frames, which is 120 currently. So this is how I configured my screens. Okay, we somehow pushed that saw here a little bit. But anyway, so that one is okay. The problem is now this thing here. Let's make a breakpoint here. What is the problem? So we have a move component, which has a maximum speed of 3, and we have a track component where we have a move X and move Y, which is not a number. That's interesting. That's then, of course, not correct. So the problem seems to be in here. Why? So we have current is already not a number. Maximum is 3, minimum is 1. Why is it then not a number? Because the timer is not a number. But the timer is 0. And time to max is 0. We divided here by 0. That's interesting. So we divided by 0 and that did not crash. Isn't there normally an arithmetic exception that you divide by 0 and that's a problem? So this time to max cannot be 0. That's actually a problem. Okay, but that's not too difficult to solve. So somewhere here we have this time to max speed, and let's just make it a number which is not 0. And time to max, or let's make it like this. So time to max and the minimum value, at least the minimum value is like 10 per second. I don't really care. Something like this. Now we should not have this division by 0 error anymore. So now we have here a value of 1, which also means our move X is a number. Okay, so now we are calculating something correctly. And in here we have now the move X is 2 something and move Y is something. Yeah, I think now frames are good. But the saw went somewhere. We need to see what is happening to our saw. So let's spawn the player a little bit more to the right, just below the saw. And let's see what is happening to our saw. So it's going up the sky. Why is it actually going up the sky? Maybe all of that here is not accurate enough. So it went to the right. I mean, that's the important piece of information, I would say. So it went to the right, which means because it was because it's here, it goes up like this. But it should reach this point at some point. Maybe the tolerance is too small. Let's give it a little bit more tolerance here. Let's see if that solves the issue. No, in my opinion, it's going way too high. In my opinion, it's way too high. Maybe this information here is not correct. Let's see. So we set here current x is 1.1 and current y is 1.1. Is that even true? Let's see. What about the next frame? Yeah, that's the problem. So we have... why is that a problem? So we have obviously a sprite. Yeah, let's... Oh, tricky to debug. So we add a sprite at some point, which is here. The sprite has no position at all. That's why it's at the bottom left corner, which is maybe pretty bad because we use this information now. We use this information now to get the angle between our objects. I'm thinking now, yeah, maybe that one anyway needs to be fixed. So this one here is not correct. Important. To make a sprite flip, it must have a region already. Otherwise, the flip action of the sprite will always be false. Since the animation system is updating the region of the sprite and is also restoring the flip information, we should set the sprite region already at this point. Yeah, that's totally fine, but we also need the correct position. So in here, I would say, yes, we get the game object. That's okay. We also have the animation type. That's also fine. But we also need the body position. Yeah. Which means in here, we don't just set the size, we also set the position to position X and position Y. Okay, hopefully that solves now our current issue, because now current X and Y have the correct values. It's not 1, 1 anymore. So we should get the correct angle out of it. And let's see. Okay, wait, what happened now? It's moving now left instead of right. Why is that? Is it maybe the other way around, like this? Yeah. But that should be the same then also for the Y value, right? And the saw is way too fast. Okay. It's a little bit tricky to debug this stuff. I'm thinking now to add maybe some additional information to understand what is going wrong, because with whatever info we currently have, it's a little bit hard to identify the issue. I think we should debug the tracks and draw them. So, first of all, what is good is that it seems like we can move the saw freely around. So it is not affected by gravity and it does something. That is already correct. But it seems like it never reaches the correct point here. Still, tolerance might be still too small, but 0.1 should really be good enough. Let's see. Maybe I also need to set a breakpoint. And also, what we for sure need is a locker, because it's crazy. It's crazy to find out what is going wrong without any information at all. So in here, let's say log debug updating current track point to next track point. Okay. That one is called one time, but I think it's never called again, right? It's never called again, which is unfortunate. So we for sure need an additional debug system for now, because I don't know what is going wrong. So speed of 0.1 is a little bit too slow. Let's make it a little bit faster. And I have an idea. So maybe let's call that the track debug system for now. That one is an iterating system which iterates over all entities which have a track component. Yes. Okay. And what we need is actually a shape renderer here as well. Which we also need to not disable. We need to dispose it. Okay. And what does this shape renderer do? So basically, when we have the onTick call, we use the shape renderer. The shape type is a line. The camera, we need the viewport, or we just need the... we actually need both. Let's get that from the render system. So there we have a lot of information. So what we want is the game viewport and the game camera. That's all that we need. So here we pass in the game camera. And also here we need to apply the game viewport before we call use. And in use we render then every entity. From here we get the tracking points. So track points, everything else is in my opinion not needed. And now we simply call line, or how is that called? Yes, line. From vector to vector. Okay, that one looks quite easy. So what we need to do, we need to iterate over all of these with a size of 2. Is that correct even? No, I think that's not correct. So for I in 0 until track point size, that can be simplified, I think, to track point indices or something. And we want to step by 2. And what we then do is from the track points, we get the first one and we get the last one, or the next one. Okay. Is that it? X, Y, Z, X, Y, X, Y, color 1, color 2. What is the default color? I don't know. Let's see. That should already debug, hopefully, our tracks. Track point zip with next. Okay, I will try that method, but let's see. Index 5 out of bounds for length 5. Yeah. So this is, by the way, wrong. It's 0 until track point size -1. Now it should be okay. Yes. Okay, and what we see that this is not good enough. Yeah, for whatever reason, that's not good enough. And that's our problem. But it's cool that we see the tracks at least. What track points? Zip with index or zip with next. What is that? Returns a list of pairs of each 2 adjacent elements in this collection. The returned list is empty if this collection contains less than 2 elements. Again, returns a list of pairs of each 2 adjacent elements. Okay, that's an interesting method actually. In that case, still it does not work because I can actually have a different amount. But before, where we use the transformed vertices, there, this zip with next might have made sense. Chain position is not a center of sprite. Yeah, so our problem currently is, in my opinion, first of all, I'm wondering, in tiled, I see that the saw is below the track, but I think in our game it's above the track, right? Yeah, because of the okay, that is our problem actually. Because it has a collision, it gets pushed up here, and it can never go down there because there is these blocks here, these static blocks are providing it or preventing it from moving down. So our chain goes like this. It never reaches this point here, and then we see it slowly going down. I think I understand the problem now. So what we need to do is either we make that a sensor, then there is no collision. But that would also mean that the player can run through the chain, which we might not want to have. The other thing is, and I think that is the more convenient one, we simply disable a collision between ground and track entities, I would say. Let's add that quickly. Yeah, quickly. Nothing today is quickly. But that should solve something, I hope. So let's see. Zip with next does exactly what your loop does, really. I don't think so, but let's see. maybe I understood it then incorrectly. I thought this only works if the size of the array is a multiple of 2. But maybe I was wrong. And it simply goes 2 in pairs. Let's see. Okay, so it takes the first element, the second one, then the second and the third and the fourth and the fifth. So this is what it's doing. But what I see returns a list. So it creates a new list all the time, which means a new object all the time, which our loop is not doing. So I prefer our current loop, but still interesting. So zip with next, I learned something new today. What is the difference to windowed? Because there's also this windowed in Kotlin where I also go through. The window is then more dynamically, right? Where I say how many steps or how big the size should be, and this zip with next is always in steps of 2, right? Maybe that's the difference. Okay, anyway, we don't have a contact listener at the moment, right? We have a contact listener, which is our jump test screen. That was okay, that was our test class, I remember. But we want to have a contact listener in our physics system, most likely, because the system is quite small. It does not really get that much bigger. So I think we can do it in here. And now we need to implement a couple of methods. Let's move the companion object at the bottom again. And what do we need? So begin contact currently, we don't need it. End contact, we also don't need it. Then this pre-solve, I think that's the one that we need. And post-solve. Then also the question mark cannot happen. And in here, we want to do now something. So I think there is, how is it called? Contact enable. If I set that to false, let's just quickly try something out. If we set that to false, then I think there are no contacts anymore. And our player should now simply fall through the worlds. Let me go back here. So up there, we have the constructor, and in our physics world, set contact listener. You can just set one contact listener, and that would be our system here. I actually don't want to set it in the constructor. That could be a difficult bug to identify later on. I want to set it in here. Let's do it maybe down there. So system, there we get our physics system. And from our physics world, set contact listener, we set it like this. Okay, now coming back to our physics system, we set contact is enabled false. So in my opinion, the player should now fall through the floor. And he does that. So there is no contact at all. Yes. So no contact, and that is what we want, because what we want to analyze here now what is actually getting in contact, and we want to prevent that track entities are colliding with the world. There is polyline function. Maybe you can use it instead of loop with line. Really? So you mean here, shape renderer, polyline. But that's a float array again. Yeah, that takes this float array again, and in the component I saved it as a vector too, so as a point, which is more convenient for me to work with. And anyway, this is just a debug system. It doesn't have to be perfect. It fits its purpose and it does what it needs to do. And it's anyway not enabled all the time. So coming back now here, so let's focus here a little bit. There should be the contact of fixture A and fixture B. And fixture A is linked to a body and also fixture B is linked to a body. And what do we want to do now? This is always a little bit weird for me when you work with Box2D, that you don't have a fixed order. So body A could be the player or body B could be the player and then A could be the ground or the other way around. So in your conditions, you always need to check the condition twice and just swap the arguments. It's a little bit weird for me. Yeah, then we also have the user data A. Which is an object. And our ground is not linked to an entity. So this one does not have a user data at all. Maybe it's even easier. Let me think. We could make that here. We don't support that yet, but we could actually make those track objects. Or this one here. We could simply make it a kinematic body instead of a dynamic body. And then just check if fixture A is kinematic and the other one is static, or the other way around. Then we turn off collision. I think that's the easiest way actually to do it. Shall we go? Let's follow that approach. So we will have, let's also add that to our entity definition. There we have is it a string? Yeah, let's keep it as a string. Yep. And call that body type. And by default, it's, how is that called? Let's go back to our tiled service. There we had some dynamic body. Yes. Okay. So coming back here, the default value would be dynamic body. I will go the extra mile. Let's call that here body type. And that one has dynamic body as value. What else do we have? We have kinematic body. And the last one is static. Okay, now back to our entity definition. There we remove this one. Yes. And we will add a new one, which is a body type, and we call it body type. And by default, it's dynamic. Okay, so now we have here our player, which has a dynamic body, and this one here has a kinematic body. Now we need to parse this information, which would be in here. So here we want to also pass a body type. And that one we then pass here to this method. Okay. We don't need to pass it here because we have the tile available. That was wrong. And from the tile, we can now get body type is equal to tile. Did we say property or null, or how did we say it below? Just property with a default value. Okay, so that one would be a string. It would be body type, if I remember correctly. Yes. And the string would be body type, dynamic body, name. Right? Yeah. And this is just property. Okay. And finally, we want to have here body type value of this one. Okay, that means theoretically the saw should now be a kinematic body. And now in our system, we can say here it's enabled when body A type equals. How do I avoid now that I write this condition 2 times? So let's say here is enabled when body collision let's call it like this, and we pass in body A and body B. Or do I actually need to check that? Yes. Or body B and body A. Let's try it like this. Maybe that can be simplified. I don't know yet why or how, but could be that this is easier to write down. Maybe you guys have an idea. So when is the body collision enabled? It's enabled when body A type is dynamic type and body B type is equal to a static body. Or it's also enabled when a dynamic body is colliding with a kinematic body. I think those are the two options, dynamic with static or dynamic with kinematic. And, or that's also if both of them are dynamic. That's, of course, also possible. But static with static should not collide, and kinematic and static should not collide. Okay. Let's see, that should maybe already work. So we don't fall down the floor. That's good. We collide with the kinematic body here. And if I saw that correctly, the kinematic body also did not collide because it's inside the... Yes, it's inside the ground bodies here, so the static bodies. So that one already solved one of our issues, but in my opinion, the saw is still not going the correct path. It's still too fast for me. I cannot really see where it's going, but it's for sure still wrong. Why? So it definitely goes down, but it actually should go up. Let me check with tiled again. So the saw is 2 pixels above the polyline. How does it look in our game? That's maybe not 100% perfect, or it's already moving immediately. But for sure it's going into the wrong direction. Why? Something is not correct. Is that minus maybe? Because it's also not perfect. I think our angle calculation is not correct. But yeah, but seriously, why? I don't get it. Let's make it even slower than that. So we had here the center point and it's moving to that point here. So currently where it is, it should not go higher than that, but it does. So the center is now way above that one here. So again, it never reaches that point. Let's also enable the debug rendering. It's not moving correctly. Could it be, I'm not 100% sure, but could it be that... No, it cannot be. So we calculate the angle. The angle should be correct. Close approximation. Maybe the angle is not perfect enough. But anyway, we would get the angle, and that's how we know how much we need to move on the x and also how much we need to move on the y-axis. Which we also do. And we also make that dependent on the current move speed. Does that make sense? I think it does make sense. It's close, but it's... I'm not happy that it's that it's not working at the moment. What is if I change the tolerance to 1 and make it a little bit faster again? That's also weird. It never enters this code here again. One time. And then it simply passes it. But that could also... Then this is also not working properly. Let me think. Because a tolerance of 2 should theoretically mean... So now it was immediately there. But even a tolerance of 1 did not work, which is in my opinion very surprising. But 1, because 1 is an entire tile, so a 16 by 16 tile. And for sure it is close enough to that. That's weird. I'm thinking of changing that from the sprite to the physics component. Let's just give it a try. So if we use the physics component, the first thing that we get is the body. And from the body we have the position X and we have the position Y. Okay, is that now better? Okay, now it's moving again in the wrong direction. That's also what so this is also confusing to me because in my opinion, the target point is the first argument of the A10-2, this tangent stuff. So the correct way to write it down would be like this. In my opinion. And it's doing something completely wrong. What the hell is going on? Track point y minus current y. Yeah. And track point x minus current x. Y and x. But then it's really now completely wrong. Because okay, I get it. We cannot use the body because that one gets updated in the physics system at some point. Not sure. Maybe the position here is just not right. Let's go back to the idea with the sprites. Vertices are in pixels, not world points. Log current and target points. I don't think so. I think we scaled them properly to world units, but let's see. So we get here the next tracking point, which is 20 and 6.5. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.5. That makes sense. And 20, I think, is also correct because our map has a size of 30. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to the left. That would be, oh, no, even more. I anyway have something completely wrong in my head. The first point is this one here. So the chain should go to the left and reach that point here first. Okay, wait. Let's take the chain. Let's move it a little bit here. Maybe something like this. I don't know. Now, okay, I always had the first point completely wrong in mind. The first point is this one. So that's why it tells us here that the next tracking point is 20. That now makes sense. So we have a size of 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So minus 10, that's the first point. So this 20 and 6.5. That is correct. The sprite position, let's restart it once more. I think now we might get closer to it. So the sprite position is 22 by 6.5. Which also makes sense. That one was 20. So this one here is 22 and 6.5 because it's exactly on the track now. Okay, so that would mean that our angle in radians is 0, which is not correct. No, not terminated. 8 and 2. What if we pass in here now that current y goes to the next tracking point y, and the current x goes to the next tracking point x. That is 0. And so it's the same. Then we have the radians 2 degrees. So 0 times something is then 0, of course. Which means it tells us that we should go to the right, which is wrong because we want to go to the left, actually. So let's try it out if we now swap it around. Times math utils radians 2 degrees. That's 180. Okay, so for sure, that one needs to be swapped. That is not correct. So it must be like this and like this. So now we should go to the left. Also, let's remove here the minus because I'm not sure if that one was correct. Now we should go to the left. Yes. And it then reaches this first point. Now it reaches another point. It reaches this one. Okay, now the tolerance with 1 is way too high. but for the first time, it does something. Also, it's pushing us. Way better, way better. So this now looks good. Tolerance. Let's go down again to 0.05, maybe 0.1. Let's see. Yes. Yes. And then it goes back here, okay, and follows the track again and again. Okay, it's working. I don't know what we have changed, but we did something and it's now better. Can it also work with even a better tolerance? Yeah, so it's moving now properly. Let's increase its speed again. And oops, and one thing that I'm also not happy about, which I think currently breaks our code, I made the track like this. What I actually want is, let's say, a track like so that one obviously worked, but let's make a track like this. That will not work, I guess, because that's not a polyline. That's now a poly object, right? In the tiled integration. Yes, but that should be easy to support. We basically just need this one here. So if it's not a polyline and also it is not a polygon map object, we should also print out here what the layer object really is. Okay, so if it is, do they have a common parent? No, the common parent is map object. Then I would say, what do we need from that method? We take the converted vertices. So basically, I would say we return here a list of vector 2. I think that is better. Then let's call that track object by boundaries. Let's call that track vertices by boundary, something like this. Okay, and now let's improve that a little bit. So that one here is, what is it? A GDX float array. Yeah. We could do something like this. So when layer object is polyline map object, then we return this. If it is a polygon map object, we return the transformed vertices from that one, and otherwise we throw this exception. So that cleans up this code now and should also support polygons in a better way, and the intersection is still working. And also now we want to do something like this, but there we might want to use now the new fancy methods that we learned. So what do we want? No, the zip with next does not do what we want to do. Nah, we will. I think we need to stick to the loop that we had before. So let me think. We have the line vertices. Yeah, and then like this, we scale it to our world units, we add it, and we return those track points. Convert track vertices to world unit vertices. Okay. And this is the only thing that we pass in here. And now the polygon should also work. Let's see. Yeah, that looks good. So our debug rendering is not correct. For the track system, let's also try to fix that one. Why is that actually not working? Track debug system. We never go back to the initial track point. Yeah, that makes sense. But that's actually a good one. So if we have a connecting line from the last vertex to the first one, we most likely want to render it, of course. But if we don't have that line, we don't want to render it. But how would we know? Because we just need those 3 points. We somehow would need to know if it's a polygon or if it's a polyline. Maybe just a Boolean flag on the track component so that we know it. Because also what I want to fix now is that when we have a line like this, so if we don't have this last connecting line here, then the chain should go backwards. So it should not go to the first point, it should actually go backwards from the track. Yeah, for that, somehow we need to know if it's a closed track or not. So I would add that to the track component and add that here. So let's call it closed track, which is a Boolean, which needs to be passed. So here in our service, we would need to know. Yeah, we would need to know now if this is tracked. So maybe I do all of that in this method here, or let me think. I could also think of something different so that we write something like entity configure it plus equals track of, and there we pass in the layer maybe. But that is weird. That is too much logic. I don't like it. Let's keep it like this. But still here, I need the information if something should get closed or not. Let's move this little line. So instead of having here return statement, we need that. And close track, it is simply when layer map object is a polygon map object. Then it's a closed track. That's the only thing. Okay, then here let's not return something and let's call that track component by boundary or add track comp by boundary, something like this. I don't know, not the perfect name, but it gets the job done. So in here, we would need now our world or with world. And then we configure an entity, which we did not pass yet. Okay. And we don't want to return anything anymore. That's not happening. We have it now like this, right? Also, when that happened, we really want to return here completely because we found something. Then we don't need to iterate over the remaining objects. Okay. Yeah, I think that's already good. Now with this piece of information, we can or you can return track from the function. Yes, I would like that more actually, that it returns the track component. I think we will change that once more. Yeah, it should return the track component. I think that's a better way to do it. But anyway, in here, if I equals track point size -1, and we have here, how did we call it? Closed track, I think. Yeah, and we have here a closed track. Then we need to render one more line from the last index, which is currently I, and we need to go back to 0. I think that should fix the debug rendering. Then let's also quickly check the track system, because there we destructured something. So it has to be like this. And finally, the physics system. Did we also do there something with track? But we just got here the component. Okay, then one last time, let's go to this function here, and let's call it track comp of boundary, which returns this one here. The track component, and that's it. The only thing that we now need is up here. There we get the track component, and now it plus equals, how is it? World.configure is, what is it? Entity.configure. Yes, I'm already in the context of Flex, so I just need to write it down like that. Good. So we don't need to pass the entity here. We can remove that. And let's see. So now what I would expect. Okay, I would have expected that we are rendering correctly, but we are not. What could be the reason? So if I is equal to track point size -1, it would be -2, right? Nah. Because here it's +1. Yeah. So it should be like this. A little bit confusing, but I think it should be like this. Yes. Okay, so this track debug rendering is now working. Also, it's following the track. I like it. Then let's also make another track. Let's see if we can easily adjust it. So we make another chain, for example, here. And there should be another track, which is now just a line from here to maybe up here. Yeah. Save it. And crashing. It crashed without any information. Okay. What is wrong? Finished with exit code something. And I don't see a stack trace here. That's interesting. Do we ever get to this debug rendering? No, so we crashed before. Do we crash most likely in the tiled service maybe? Let's see. Aha, we don't even get to... What the hell? We don't even get to that point. Spawning entity with something. That's happening inside here, right? Yeah. So we spawn 2 entities. And I think the last one does not get spawned. That's interesting. Why? There is a problem. Houston, we have a problem. What is the problem? Let's see. I guess it's up there when we create the body. Something is going wrong. So we know the first entity is working, the second one is working, and the third one now is failing. Yeah, and why is it failing? I guess here the body cannot be created, would be my assumption. Yeah, the fixture definitions. Maybe because we are disposing the shape and we are reusing it the next time. So we are trying to access a disposed shape. And maybe that is our problem. Let me simply try that. So if I don't dispose the shape, so entity 1, entity 2. Yes, now we get to entity 3. Okay, it went out of track. But that's okay. But interesting, the disposal is a problem. But why? I thought you should dispose the shape after you have used it. Isn't it like that? That confuses me now a little bit. Let's go to KTX box 2D. And then I think bodies KT. Dispose of shape. Whether to call dispose immediately after fixture creation. False by default. Aha, so by default, it does not dispose the shape. When should you dispose the shape? When should you dispose a shape in box 2D? Can you give me C++? or Java code, please. In Box2D, you typically dispose of a shape after you have created a fixture. Yes, that is what we actually did. So after we created the fixture, we dispose the shape. Using that shape was created a fixture using that shape and no longer need the shape definition itself. When you don't need the shape definition itself, but we need it in that case. Okay. The fixture reference holds the shape information within the Box2D world, so you can safely dispose of the original shape. Okay, but we don't want that, so that's actually not correct. Let's make here a comment. Don't dispose the shape because we still need it for future entities that are created. Okay, interesting. So that was wrong that we actually disposed the shape. Now one more thing. Why is this chain? Okay, so it's correctly following the track. Also, we get pushed to the right. We don't. What is actually happening when we stand below? Then we get pushed to the left and right. Okay, that's actually quite cool. There is a problem, I think, if we have huge delta time. Okay, seems to be okay. We had it once that the chain directly fell down because I guess it's a little bit of a problematic how we currently support it. We should move the chain a little bit up here because if it's directly on the point, then maybe it moves somewhere and never reaches it and then it just goes off screen. What we could also do, of course, is the tolerance here to increase it again to something like this. Then it's a little bit better. Anyway, let's import here. I think we are good to go. So we implemented the chain enemy. We did something in addition that I initially didn't want to implement, which is actually a track system, but it wasn't that difficult to get it right. We struggled a little bit, but not for a super long time. Now we just would need to make some player damage at some point so that this below here gets updated as well. But for now, I'm actually quite happy. It's really cool. I like it. Never achieved something like that. Cool stuff. Okay, let's quickly refactor or reformat the code and let's then check in whatever we did now. So entity tags, there we had this follow track information. That was good. Then game properties. There I want to add something, right? That should be, because we have everything already available. I want to add here something new, which is enable track debug. For example, let's set that to true. Then we had our game properties class, which has debug track. There we can say debug track is equal get or default. And default value is false. Yeah. Let's call it debug track. That's a little bit shorter and more consistent with what we had before. And finally, in our game screen, we can just add here another condition. So if game properties debug track is enabled, then we add the system. And otherwise, we don't add it. Let's see if that works. So we see the tracks. That's good. Also, this line here, let's remove it. We don't need it anymore, and it spams the console, which is a little bit annoying. So let's remove it. And now let's say debug physics is false, debug track is false. Now, yeah, now it's disabled. Perfect. Okay. Yeah, then let's go back here. So that one got updated. Then game objects, we have now a saw in place. Yes, then some graphic. Then we just updated the game properties. Then the game screen where we added the contact listener, the track system. That's also good. Then the profiler system there we added the frames per second information. Then some graphics for our chain. Then we updated the move system to exclude entities that have a track component because they follow a completely different logic. In the physics system, we checked here. So if there is a track component, then we had the old logic. Otherwise, we move it towards the track direction that we set, and also they are not, there is no gravity scale for such bodies. Maybe that line is even not necessary. I think kinematic bodies anyway are not linked to gravity, right? Yeah. Okay, so we don't need that. Kinematic bodies don't have they don't have gravity applied to them, so we don't need it, that line here. Then some map updates, of course. Then here we had the information of the map object boundary. Because in the third step, we analyze then if an entity is a trackable entity and then edit the track component. So I think we could somehow, or I'm pretty sure, we could actually skip that and maybe do this track component creation directly in our spawn entity logic, but I don't want to refactor that anymore. So we just live with what we have now. It's working. That's the important part. Okay, there we fixed something with the disposal. Also the sprite position was a problem initially, which is also fixed now. Yeah, that's good. Then we had the track component, the track debug system, and the track system itself. Okay, add new saw enemy and track system support, something like this. Okay, let's commit it. So chainsaw, move left, right. We actually optimized that so it simply follows a track so we can move wherever we want it to move. And we made it in a way that even future enemies could follow a track. So it's simply setting, that's really cool actually. It's simply setting here in the objects. When the entity tag is follow track, then it simply follows a track which is linked to the map. That's cool stuff. So a very generic solution. The last thing that we would need now is, so first of all, optimize the sound effects. Okay. And we want to damage the player when he is in contact with the saw. Yeah, I think we still have time for that today, so that should not be a big problem to implement. We will make it very simple. So basically what we will do when I'm here and I get in contact with this kinematic body here, then I will just damage the player. There will be no effect, so he will not be pushed back, or maybe that he has a white color or something to indicate that he got damaged. It will be very, very primitive, or not that fancy. It's simply get in contact, then we subtract the life by 1, and make him invulnerable maybe for, I don't know, a second or so, that you don't get damage again and again and again, so that you have a little bit of a save time, let's say, when you get damaged by something, that you have a little bit of a save time. This is what we are going to implement for today, but I need a short break. And during that break, you get again some music that it's not too boring for you, and some non-copyright music. So this one here. And then I'd say hear you in a moment, boys and girls. Hello. So let's continue. The last thing that we want to do for today is make some damage stuff, and that should hopefully not be too difficult because we already set up our physics system before to be a contact listener as well, which means we know when we are in contact with something, which is here, then we want to do something special. And we actually only want to do something special if there is an entity collision going on. So what can we do? I would say maybe something like this. So we have entity A, which is from our contact. And let's call that here entity A. We will make some extension vals here for that to make it easier. So we have our contact and there, so it's a private value. And from our contact, we can call entity A, which returns an entity or null. Yeah. And what is it? That is simply the fixture A. So this. This should refer to the contact. Why does it not do that? It's different. We need to implement the getter method. It is like this. So this punkt fixture A, and the fixture is always linked to a body in my opinion. And then we have some user data. User data. And then if user data is entity, then we return user data, and otherwise we return null. And it's actually the same with entity B. So I would say we have here another val that we just call, it's actually, in this case, it's a function. Is it? Yes, it's a function. Let's call it function contact entity. No, it's not. Wait. It's not on the contact. It's actually from the fixture. What is that? That's a fixture, right? So from a fixture. Yeah, I think it's easier than that. We make it like this. So from a fixture, we have an entity. And it's basically this code here again. Let's see. And we have here the body user data. And I think entity A is then equal to, it's then this. So return fixture A entity. Okay, that's shorter. And we have then entity B, which is from fixture B, the entity. Okay, so that now looks good. Now, immediately, if entity A is null or entity B is null, then we don't care. So ignore collisions, ignore collision between non-entity bodies. Okay, otherwise we know we have two entities, and now what do we need to do? I would say, again, we make it more generic. So most likely we will give one entity a damage component, where we can say how much damage it will apply when it gets in contact with something. And the other thing would be, so if an entity has a life, then we simply will modified. But there also that should be handled in a sane way and controlled way. So for that, I would say one component would be a damage component, and the other one would be a damage taken component. Does that naming make sense? Or should that be part of the live component that we already have? But anyway, so for sure we need one component which is where we store the information how much damage entity can deal. So here we have one that we call damage, and we could have here something like damage per second, but for now it's just some instantaneous damage, which is the amount, and that's currently an integer. Then in tiled, when I'm on my chainsaw, I want to say now here that it can apply some damage. So in here we have another configuration, which is an integer, and the default value is 0. But for our chain, it will be 1. So it deals 1 damage when an entity gets in contact with it. Okay. Yeah. That also means in our tiled service, where we have the spawn entity method, spawn game object entity. So in here we have another block here, which is called damage, and then tile property, which is an int, and it's called damage. Default value is 0. And if damage is greater than 0, then we apply or add a damage component to it. And we also might want to debug it. No, this is already... Nah, let's add it. Okay, so we have the damage component on our saw. Now, back here, I would say if is damage collision, and there we add entity A and entity B, or is damage collision entity B, entity A. I have an idea now. I really have an idea now. It's not the best way, but I think in that specific scenario, it might make sense. Because currently, and also in my previous games, I always had to do something like this. So a specific check on body A, and then on body B, or the other way around, as you see it here. We have here the same again. So again, I would need to check something with entity A and entity B, or the other way around. My idea currently would be that maybe we have here something like this. So if da-da-da, then we return true. And otherwise, we call the same function automatically again with the reversed bodies. But that ends up in an endless loop, right? So if that is also not true, we will call it again in the swapped way. Okay, I think there is no real solution to my problem. At least I don't know it. Good. So we have here, here I actually cannot do it then like this. So I really need it like this. So if is damage collision, or it's the other way around. And then I would say we have here like a handle damage collision and entity A, entity B, or here it's the other way around. So it will be entity B and entity A. Okay, so let's implement these methods now. When is a damage collision happening? That's quite easy. So it's happening when entity A has a damage component and entity B has a life component. Is it really like that? Yeah, I think currently in our simplified game, it is like this. So one entity can deal damage and the other entity has hit points, which currently can only happen. Our player has hit points and the saw has damage, but it does not have hit points. So saws itself, they won't damage each other. They can also take no damage here. I think that's fine. So this is damage collision is done. And then what happens when we actually handle it? So this is the entity A would be damage dealer entity. And entity B is the damage taking entity. Something like that. What do we want to do here? So we could either directly subtract here the life of the entity and fire the event. So this is what we currently do in our game screen, right? So there we directly adjust the life amount and we dispatch then the event. So let's quickly take over that code here, and we can also remove this debugging stuff here because that's no longer necessary in a moment. So basically we want something like this. I don't want to do it immediately in here because also just theoretically in the future, there might be some things that modify the amount of damage that you take. For example, we pick up an item like an armor, and that reduces any damage that we get by half or multiplies it by 2, whatever. But anything that could modify the damage amount that we take. So I would like to have more like a damage system. And the system somehow reacts to... Not sure. So either we apply now or add a component to this damage taking entity, which says you take that amount of damage and then the system is handling it. Or we fire an event here, like, I don't know, entity pre-damage event. Then we get inside the system, which is then reacting on this event, calculating all the damage, doing some modifications maybe to the damage according to inventory and stuff like that. And then it fires this event, maybe a post-damage event, I don't know. That would be one way, so doing it via events, and the other way would be component-based. With the component, I am currently not sure. I think we don't need it. Let me think. One problem that could arise. There is actually a problem. Haha. We need to be careful because we are currently in here within one step of the physics simulation of Box 2D. And if let's imagine we would now immediately in here reduce the life of an entity to 0, and then maybe kill it. So for example, remove its body. Then from what I remember, Box2D will crash because we are removing a body during a physics simulation step. So during these contact events here. And that is not supported. So things like that need to happen after the physics simulation is finished or before that. So that's why I would say we go the component approach, because then we can handle it in a better order. Because then this physics system just runs and finishes at some point, and the next system would be maybe this damage system, which is then calculating and doing all the things. Yeah, let's do it with a separate component. So what we want to have here is something like we want to configure the within our world. Let's make that here. So equals with our worlds. Here we get the damage taking entity and we want to configure it. And we want to there was a way to get a component, get or add. I think it's this one, yes. So the component type would be maybe also the damage component. So here the amount that we deal, but also the amount that we take. I would say it's a separate, let's make it a separate one. So damage taken. Yeah, let's make it a damage taken component. Okay, so damage taken. That one has amount again, which is let's make it an integer once more for the time being. Okay, so coming back here, we would get or add the damage taken component. And when we add it, we will create a new one where we apply from the damage dealer entity, we get the damage component, we destructure it, which is the damage amount, and that one gets passed in here. Yeah, or else the syntax here was different. Now I remember it. Okay, so damage taken component. So if we have one, we get it back. And if we don't have one, we will create a new instance here where I forgot to destructure it. It should be like this. Now it is an integer, and this one here is also different. I think it's then like this, right? Okay, so that's the correct syntax. So either we get it from the entity or we create a new one which already has the correct amount. Actually, it should be 0, I would say, because now at that point we will increase the amount by the damage amount. Yeah. Does this also add the component then to the entity, or how does that work? Returns a component of the given type. If the entity does not have such a component, then add is called to assign it to the entity and return it. Okay, so it will then add this damage taken component to the entity, and then we increase the amount. That's it, right? So let's check once more. So if a damage collision is happening, that means one entity can deal damage and the other one has hit points. Then we call the handle damage collision. where we pass in the damage dealer entity and the damage taken entity. The damage dealer entity adds then its damage amount to this damage taken component of that entity. And if it maybe gets hit multiple times within a single frame, we then just simply sum up the entire damage. Makes sense. Then let's create a new system that we call damage system. And that one iterates over all entities which have a damage taken component. Okay. Do we need anything special in here? I don't think so. Oh, by the way, damage taken and also life component. Otherwise, it does not make sense. And in the end, what we then do is simply from the... Wait, didn't I add some code somewhere with fire events? Maybe I removed that. Okay, anyway, we are then here and accessing the life component of the entity, and there we, from the current hit points, we set it to something. So that's our life component, and the current hit points is equal to life component current minus the damage taken component amount and at least 0. So it cannot go below 0. That does not make sense. Yeah. And finally, we need to fire the event, which is our game event dispatcher. There we fire a new event, which is the damage taken event. No, how did we call it? Game event something. Entity damage event, where we pass in the entity and the life component. Okay. Yeah. Then we just need to add this new system that it gets called, which means after the physics system, here we add now our damage system. And theoretically, that should already be it. Maybe we die immediately. Or we simply failed and nothing is happening. Okay. Debugging. First of all, handle damage collision. Let's debug something here. So log debug damage collision between damage dealer entity and damage taken entity. Okay, that's the first log line that might help us. And the second one is in the system itself. And let's also fire here an event, a log message. Let's see, maybe up there. Entity takes damage. New life equals new life. Okay, so what we need the amount here. And also, and by the way, we also should then remove the component from the entity, that it does not get damaged again and again per frame. So basically, we want to remove the damage taken component like this, because we handled it here. So we remove it, that in the next frame, it doesn't get the same amount of damage again. It's just a one-time event, so a one-time component, let's say. Yeah, so let's get this one here as well that we can debug it. Damage taken or damage amount. Let's call it like this. So entity takes damage. And new life is now this one. Okay, finally we remove the component. We can also move that up here. And then we fire the event. But the event I want to fire afterwards because maybe there goes something wrong. And then at least we have the debug line information here. Okay, let's see what is going on. So here we should get... Seems like we are not getting in... That there is no collision happening. Let's see. There would be a damage of 1 locked for the source and a damage of 0 for the player. So for the frog. And then we have the saw with a damage of 1. And the other saw with a damage of 1. Okay, we need to debug that in the physics system. Maybe here something is not correct. Let's see. Salwegger just finished working on my game. You can check it if you are interested. I love LibGDX so much. Are you the one that contacted me in Discord where I played his game a little bit? I forgot the name. Sorry if I'm confusing people out there, but I'm very bad with remembering people that I don't meet in reality. Life changes, user interface doesn't update life value. Yeah, I think so the user interface stuff should work because we had this debug stuff before in the game screen. The problem currently is that I think we never had this, we never reached to this collision stuff here. So we have entity A. It goes over that one. So for whatever reason, that is not working. Let's see. What is entity A? Entity A is the first one, which is our player, and this is a saw, which means is damage collision should return false in that case. Yes, in that case it should return false. I see the mistake. Here we need to swap it around like this. That's a little bit annoying. So that you always need to duplicate the code and switch the arguments. That's really a little bit annoying. I'm still not sure. I'm pretty sure there is maybe a better solution to do it. But I cannot come up with it at the moment. So let's see. Now we get in contact with the saw. And now here we get into the handle damage collision. Yes. Where we debugged something. Damage collision between entity and And now we are also... New life is 0. Okay, seems like we got a lot of damage and also the health bar got adjusted. Let's try it again slowly. So full health bar. Yeah, and damage is way too fast. So seems like there is a lot of damage contacts and we get almost immediately reduced to 0. Okay, but that one we can now, I think, solve pretty easily. We just make another component that we call, for example, invulnerable and give it a timer. So for example, flex component invulnerable, and there is a time how long you are invulnerable. So time, which is a float, and you need to give it to someone. And then in our... So either in the damage system, we could exclude entities which are taking damage. Or what might be even better, so if they are invulnerable, then we simply return here. So what would be the difference? If we ignore entities which have the invulnerable component, then they will still have the damage taken component, which gets added up multiple times if we run into enemies that deal damage. And once the invulnerable time is over, we would enter the system and then apply a lot of damage to the entity. So that approach would be wrong. So that's why I would do it here like this. So if entity has invulnerable, then simply do nothing. There is no damage applied to invulnerable entities. And that's also not 100% correct. Actually, we still need to remove the damage component. If we remove it here, then I cannot access it here below, right? That at least that would make sense. But that piece of code needs to happen here and also here. So I want to combine it at the top. Let's do it like this. Yeah, let's do it like this. I think that should be fine. So we remove, so we get the damage that should be dealt, and then we remove the component. And if it's invulnerable, we do nothing. Yeah. That should be good. And we also need now an invulnerable system. Invulnerable system. And that one is, again, quite a simple system, which just iterates over all entities which have an invulnerable component. And then it just reduces the timer. So invo component time minus equals delta time. And if invo component time is less than 0, then we remove the invulnerable component from the entity. Then we need this system. Maybe, I don't know, after the damage system, I think it doesn't really matter. And now we should get damage hopefully only once. No. Because we are not adding it actually. That's a good one. So damage taken system. Damage system. So down here, should every entity get invulnerable? I would say no. I think we only want that for the player. So I would say if entity has the entity tag dot player, then player becomes invulnerable after taking damage. Invulnerable. Like this. So what we have here is, again, we configure the entity, we add the invulnerable component to it, and make him invulnerable for, I don't know, 1 second. Is that good enough? I think 1 second is maybe more than enough time. Let's see. Yes, now we only took damage once. Tada! Okay, that's working. I think there is another problem. However, let's be quickly get below the chain. If I move it inside or stick to it. I'm not sure. I thought I can avoid the damage if I remain inside the saw, but maybe that's wrong. And seems like sometimes I get the damage twice, right? Ah, which which actually is really the case. So the problem is our player has multiple fixtures. He has I need to fix that. He has I cannot click on it for whatever reason. No. I cannot select the single objects here. I don't know why. But he has a hitbox. Then he has two shapes on the right and left side for the walls that he cannot stick to them. So they have a very low friction. Then he has the head fixture and the feet fixture. And currently what we are doing when a collision is happening, which could be multiple fixtures actually. So for example, the head, the right fixture and the hitbox itself, then 3 contact events are fired, which also means we are applying the damage 3 times. For every fixture contact, we add 1 damage. That is, of course, wrong. And that is why we called that stuff here. Why can I really not select that? One of these fixtures is called... It's really weird. One of them is called has the user data hitbox, and we also have that on the player. So there's also one of these things here called a hitbox. Even if I cannot select it. So what we need to do, we actually need to improve. You see that here, damage collision between entity da-da-da and da-da-da. And you see this is happening twice. Because 2 fixtures are actually getting in contact here, which is not correct. So what we need is damage collision. It's not just checking the entity components. We also need to check some fixture information as well. So from contact, we need the fixture A. And from contact, we also need the fixture B. And they also need to be added to these calls here. AB, AB, BA, BA. Okay, let's edit. Whatever. Okay, so we check if they have the correct components, and we also want to check if fixture A user data is equal to hitbox and fixture B user data is equal to hitbox. So that one we will extract. Not sure if we have that multiple times. Let's see. Do we have that multiple times in our code? No, just twice. But we might, but then we can make it even better. Let's be honest. Let's make it extension function again. I think that's, or a val again. So private val fixture is hitbox. That returns a boolean, and that is simply a get method again, where we check hitbox is equal to user data. Okay. I think it's better if this is a function. I like it better as a function. Oops, what did I do? Like this. Okay, because now we can write here below is hitbox. And also here we can write is hitbox. And bye for now. I'm gonna watch this again tomorrow. I'm sleepy. Please keep on making tutorials. Have a nice evening, Salwecker. Thank you for watching. Good, now we should not get damage multiple times, so just once. Okay, and I think here is another problem. Here I'm not quite sure how we solve it yet, but if we stay in contact with something like here, the begin contact is not called again because we are in contact all the time, so we never left the saw, and that's why the event is not fired. But it looks good now. I think we always just take damage once. Yeah, looks good. So how can we prevent it that... So here we would take, or we would add this damage amount. And in our damage system, we are removing it. Maybe that's not good. What would be an alternative? The alternative would be that we don't remove the damage component if something is invulnerable. But we would need, when the end contact is happening, we would need to subtract the damage amount. So when I go away from the saw, then I don't get the damage anymore. But if I remain inside, then I get it. Yeah. That could be one solution. Okay, let's first of all move that down here. And let's see, I think our end contact logic is the same as begin contact. Right? No. It's almost the same, but it's not exactly the same. Let me think. So here we have all of that. And again, we are only interested in collisions between non-entity bodies. Yeah. So if there is a damage collision, then instead of adding the damage, we would now want to remove it. And also we would not want to add the damage component at all. So that one I would call handle damage begin contact. Let's call it handle damage begin contact. And we need another method, which is called damage handle damage end contact. Then also here begin damage collision and here end damage collision. So basically we don't need the damage amount. We are not interested in that at all. But the entity that takes damage, let's see, what do we want from that entity? We would need the get or null, the damage taken component. Let's make it differently. So if it exists, we do something. If it does not exist, then we actually don't need to do anything because it does not have a damage taken component. We get away from a damage source. So we don't need to do anything. But if it has one, then we will reduce the amount by the amount from this damage dealer entity. So in here we will need it again. Yeah, that makes sense. And we remove it by the damage amount. And if it is less than 0, then we can configure the damage taken entity again. And we will remove the damage taken component. That should be the logic that we want. Let's make a comment up here. So let's also rename that a little bit. So that is the damage source. That is the damage target. Damage source and damage target. Okay, so here what we do is remove damage from target, and if there is no damage left, then remove damage taken component. This is what we want to do. And here is update targets damage taken amount. Update targets damage taken component amount. This will also add the component if it is not. Okay. Now we need to call this end contact in the end contact method in here. Okay. And now what we achieved by that is when we get in contact with a saw, we add the damage. When we go away from a saw, we remove the damage and also the component. Maybe here, let's call it here damage taken component instead of it. Yeah, like that. Okay. That's one thing. Then in our damage system, let's think again. So now we don't want to remove the component all the time. Just when we are invulnerable, we simply return. Which brings me back now to my original thought process. We could simply now here extract entities which are invulnerable, right? Because before we had it the logic that we wanted to remove this component, but that was wrong. The behavior was not correct. So that's why now we simply want to really skip those entities, and that should hopefully now solve the problem. Let's see. So we take damage. We take damage. Okay. Now let me stand on the chain forever. Here we are not taking damage because the hitbox is too small. Haha. Okay, wait. Let's fix that. I hope at least I can fix it. We want to have... No, not this one. No, not this one. No, not this one. Why can I not select the rectangle in the background? That's a little bit... That's a little bit annoying, to be honest. And I don't know why I cannot select it. Tiled, I hate you. It worked perfectly before, but now I hate you. Maybe because of overlapping stuff. I don't know. Let's select all of it and move it away. What did we now move away? We got the hitbox. Nah, go back, hitbox. Go back to where you were before. I want to modify you. No, now I don't get you again. Okay. Screw it. Let's take everything. Weird. Really, really weird. Then head, left, right, head, and feet. Whatever. We do it differently. Can I now please, hello, make that a little bit bigger? Yes. Yes. So the hitbox is now here. So that's better, I guess. So now we should hopefully get in contact when we are standing on top of a saw. Yes, and we take damage almost every second. The hitbox needs to be slightly bigger, maybe 1 pixel is good enough. It's a little bit weird, so if something would be below here, we actually detect that as a hitbox, but we need to have that because those are our feet and they are standing on top of the chainsaw. And if the hitbox is smaller, then we actually never get in contact with the damage zone, which is not so good. So now it should be, I think, good. Nah, it's still not perfect. 1 pixel is not sufficient. Let's make it 2 pixels. But now it must be good. Let's see. No. But that's maybe not related to the hitbox now anymore. Wait, let me turn that back. So 1 pixel more would be okay, I would say. Yeah. And now let's see, why are we taking damage when we jump on it? Yes. But if we stay on it, we only get damage after we... That's a little bit weird. When we have end damage, then we get begin damage again and then we take something. But... And we are invulnerable for some time. Let me also think that through. So here we are invulnerable, and when we have less than 0, so we are invulnerable for 1 second. Then we remove it here, which would mean... Ah, wait, I can... I think we have still the same problem. So here I'm removing the damage taken component again. Let me think it through. Step by step, what is happening? Let's make here a separate node. I cannot think that through. What is happening here? Create a new topic. Can I somehow do that? I think here. Blah. And now drag and drop it down there. So, order of events. What is happening at the moment? So we get in contact, begin contact with saw. Damage taken is added. What happened? Damage taken is added, yeah? Ah, it moves it up here for whatever reason. Okay. Then this one triggers then the damage system, removes damage taken component. Is that correct? That's not correct, because if we never leave now the area of the saw, we never get damage again. Then I would say that this is not correct. That's really weird. Now, how do we solve that? If I don't remove the component here and I just remove the damage amount, that's fine. But then every frame I end up in here again and again. And if the damage is 0... No, I think I don't do anything with the damage taken component at all. Let me think that through. So we keep it. I take damage. I fire the event. I make the player invulnerable. He remains on the saw, which means after a second, I take damage again. And only when he is really leaving the damage area, so handle damage and contact, in here I only remove the damage component at some point. I think that should be it. Let's see. So let's stand again on top of the saw. Yeah, so now every second I get damage. Here, damage system, that's good. And when I jump away, now I don't get damage anymore. If I stand here, I took damage. Wait, why wasn't there a line where damage system occurred twice here? So that's definitely something that can be improved. I think it's currently working somehow. I think actually it's correct. Let me try something more. Let's say the invulnerable time is maybe 2 seconds now instead of 1. Yeah, so I take always 1 damage now when the saw enters me, and after 2 seconds I take damage again. So that looks good. If I now stand on the saw, then also every 2 seconds I get damage. Yeah. In the damage system, just let me check it once more. We exclude entities which are invulnerable. That's here. I think we are golden now. So we don't need to remove the damage taken component. That really just gets removed in the physics system. If we move away from all the different damage sources, at some point we don't take damage anymore, and then we remove it. So it should be only here. Yeah, that makes sense. And that also seems to work now. That's good. That's actually very good. So let's remove this one. The last thing. So damage player on contact. That one is now done. The last thing before I finish for today is that I want to create 2 more sound effects. One for jumping, a better one, and the second one when we take damage. So for that, we go again to this website. Let me share the link. I hope I can post it for you guys. Most likely you don't hear it. Ah, that's the wrong one. Sorry, I sent the wrong one. I wanted to send this one. Okay, so in here, we want to make now a sound. Why is the gain -10? Whoa, okay, because it's super loud. Then let's go jump. I think that one sounds better than the one that we have right now. So let's take it and try it out. How does it work? So I download it. Is that my sound effect? Yes, that's my sound effect. Then let's try to place that in here as our jump sound. Let's remove our old one and let's go to assets and in here to here and replace that with jump.wave. Let's see. That's not working because wave files must have 16 bits per sample. Didn't I? Ah, okay. So let's change that to 16 and let's download it once more. Okay. Let's see. Okay, good. Then we want to have a sound for when we get hit. Okay, they all sound very weird. What's this? No? No? Okay, let's try hit once more. Okay. I'm no sound expert, so I'm just playing around with those sliders. What the heck? Whoa, okay. Let's try the predefined ones. I think that one is okay. Okay, let's work with this one here. So hit hurt. Let's also take that over. And let's call that hurt. Then we have here another sound asset, which is called hurt, which is our hurts.wave. And that one we can apply now in the damage system. When someone takes damage here, we need first of all our audio service. And in here we can then play audio service, play sound asset hurts. Okay, and we forgot that we want to inject this one. Let's see. Okay, I hear something. Okay, I think that's good enough. It's of course not the best sounds ever. I will reduce the invulnerable time a little bit. 2 seconds feel like it's way too much, so let's reduce it to 1.5. But that's it for today. So we finished an entire day. I think everyone is surprised that I did not split up that day. Let's quickly check the code. I can do that then off screen. So we changed a lot. I will commit that in a moment, but I'm happy. So we have source that can actually follow some tracks. One thing that we did not try. When I place a chain now or a saw and it's not linked to a track, then we should get an error, right? So let's make one final test. So here, for example, let's have the chain like this, okay? And let's also move our player back here, or yeah, let's move it here. That's the thing that we want to debug now. I think the game will crash now, right? Because there is no related track for 13. Little bit of a bad message, but for map object 13, which is this one here. Okay. Can I say here follow track false? Did I now overrule this one? So on the tile set, we have the information that it should follow the track, but on the map, I now said, hey, I want to overrule that. It should not follow a track. I think that would be a nice functionality that you can override that specifically for specific objects in the map. So in here, what we would need to do to support that is go again to our tiled service where we read the... Actually, it's just the entity tags, right? Entity tag. How did we call that? Entity tags. Entity tags. And we get this property from the tile. Can I get this property also from the map object itself? So here I get the information player and camera focus. What if I call the same thing on the map object? Then I get nothing. That means I would say we can do it like this. So we can, at least in that particular case, we can have map object, property or null, a string which is entity tags. And if it is null, then we take it from the tile. I think that should actually work. Let's see. So the first one should be player blah blah blah, player camera focus, yes. Then we have follow track. Then we have again follow track, and then we have nothing because we overruled it for map object with ID. Where is it? I don't see it. Give me the map object ID. Map object ID. 13. Yes, so for 13 we have overruled it, so we don't apply any tags. Perfect. So that's small little adjustment already. that small little adjustment now allows us to also place saws which are not following a specific track. So we have everything available. Okay, cool stuff. So that's also working. What do we need? So on the next day, Tuesday or Wednesday, I don't know when the next stream will be, I said that I want to implement a swamp enemy and kill the player when enough force, otherwise push the player. Yeah, we can try that. Then the damage shader. And maybe also for the invulnerable time, invulnerable shader or invulnerable effect makes bright blink. That maybe we don't need a shader for that. That could be done maybe with simply with a timer in a component system, and we set the sprite alpha to 0 and 1. So that one is maybe possible without a shader. Okay, but that's good. Oh, and one thing that we need to solve that I saw today, allow to set C value in tiled. Source should be behind background. Needs to be considered in render system. Yeah, so this is also something that currently the source are in front of our map, like we see it here in tiled, but I want some objects actually to be behind the background. So like this. So the source should be in the background when they are moving left and right. They should not be in front. That, in my opinion, looks a little bit stupid. And for that, we need to adjust the render system as well, that this gets properly supported. Yeah, let me write that idea down. Or maybe have separate objects layer, which is behind background tile layer, and then set C value to -1 or something. So maybe something like that. So that should also be done. Most likely, I'm not sure. I think that's just too much. We won't be able to make the shader and the swamp enemy in one go. So the shader will be part of the next stream there, where we optimize then the jumping, because currently we can jump all the time. There we really need to check then if the player is grounded and things like that, but that should not be a big issue. Make this fall. Velocity cap, that's also fine. Optimize the user interface. Okay. Yeah. And the damage shader. I think this is okay for day 8. And finally, what do we have then left? This special feature, so that when we pick up an apple or something, maybe we will skip the apple feature. That's too much. We will implement the double jump feature. So when we pick up a pineapple, then we can jump again. I think that's good enough. Then we have all the features in hand, and then we just need the parallax map background and maybe some maps and boss fights. Not sure if we will be achieved that, but most of the game is then done. So just 3 or 4 more streams most likely, which should be maybe end of next week, that we have a working platformer game, which feels a little bit like something, not like super garbage, also not like the best platformer ever, but we have something. Okay, that's good enough for me. Thanks for watching. I wish you a nice rest of your Sunday. And as mentioned, stream will be again most likely on Tuesday or Wednesday next week. Have a good start tomorrow in your next week, and bye-bye.